Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? We're streaming on YouTube. Hey, there's a change for it, and that is a slight mess that we haven't dealt with. All right, that's fine. The whole room's a bit of a work in process anyway. Now, we do not have a massive plan. I'm sitting here looking at my YouTube feed, just making sure that it is actually streaming. It looks like it is. We'll have a quick listen in there. We're streaming on YouTube. Hey, yeah, cool. Hey. Technically, without a hitch. Depends if you count having to listen in to be confident that the stream is working as a hitch or not, which I'm not going to count that, so that's fine. That is fine. So we're going to have another one of those streams where we just randomly do stuff and hope it turns into content at some point through osmosis. Because I am really bad at planning stuff, even with the best intentions. When I start looking around at bits and bobs in the afternoon, you know what, I feel like doing a stream. A couple of things got me pretty angry, but finding a constructive way to communicate that anger in a persuasive and meaningful way, that is where the difficulty lies. That is why we aren't particularly good at YouTube. We're going to go through a few things. Now, predominantly, what I am kind of looking at today, with a bit of gusto, is, for starters, hopefully I opened my monitoring in Edge. I'm pretty sure that's Edge, right? Yeah, that's Edge. Just so that it doesn't get messed up when we start dicking through Chrome. So I've started a new YouTube account. It's a it's a YouTube account that's designed for looking up content, because I don't want dumb shit coming through my personal feed when I'm scrolling for fun and I'm just trying to find the most recent Markiplier inscription video. And B, I actually do want to find an algorithm that teaches itself to show me dumb shit, so I don't need to look too far. That would be fantastic. That's kind of my end goal there. And it's also, in a way, I don't know if experiment is possibly being a little bit too it's not an experiment. Saying an experiment would be to give it too much cachet, because it's not an experiment. But I am curious as to what kind of algorithmic echo chamber I can find myself in if I use a particular profile on YouTube and watch particular types of content. That's fairly cynical. Obviously, it's creating the outcome by, undertaking behavior that I know will create that outcome, because we all know how algorithms work. There's no secret there. That's not me disrupting anything to bring the biggest hit towards YouTube and stuff. But for whatever reason, it feels like it's hard to narrow down what that pipeline actually looks like. And also seeing that pipeline through the lens of people that are on the left means that there's certainly a bias there. That I'm trying to address that bias by looking at the content directly, and I've always tried to do that. And part of the difficulty in that is, as a content consumer myself, like I'm not one of those big streamers that spends every waking moment streaming, so I see the content being covered, whereas someone like Hassan Parker, he's always streaming, so he's always seeing it fresh. So I'm seeing it diluted, I'm seeing it secondhand, and I'm seeing it where it's been framed in a way that obviously leads to the sort of conclusions that I support and that I am in line with. So in recognizing that bias, what I want to do is I want to use an account to directly access that stuff. And it's not like I've never done it in the past. So, I've looked at things on my channel like the Australian Christian Lobby, Crowder, Shapiro, like the Quartering and stuff, and looked at their sources, not their sources, but their content, like them as a source, where their arguments, where their ideologies, you would think would be held in the most positive light possible in terms to be, effective and to sort of grow the communities that they're looking at growing. That's more or less the plan. And it makes me laugh though, because I did name the account Liberal Cuxon, which I find incredibly humorous. Tells me I'm logged in as that account, but it doesn't look like. That's better. There we go. So what we might be doing a little bit today is maybe training the algorithm a little bit by clicking around and just looking at some of our old favorites and seeing what they're up to. We haven't heard from much of, well, I haven't heard from many of them for a while, so I'm sure they have not been silent, that's for sure. Where is my... I suppose I should put out a Twitter link. Copy. Although I'm pretty sure, like, the time I tend to stream is like the just dead space in terms of my built-up audience, such as it is. Best. If I just paste the link, that's probably not going to do anything. I should be. I don't know, there's something weird about like putting up a video versus doing a live stream. Where like whenever I would post a video, I was a lot more connected to the outcome, like whether or not it would actually get views. And like I remember particularly with some of the videos, I'd post it and then like I'd be waiting for it to hit that time frame where it would actually be able to deliver analytics and stuff. And it takes a couple of hours, and usually I'm up to like 12 or 1 o'clock or something finishing a video. So like I wouldn't actually get any of those analytics the same night that I uploaded it. And I'd wake up in the morning and be straight onto the YouTube studio. But yeah, for whatever reason, live streams I'm a lot more able to just do it. And you know what? If it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't go well, then hey, who cares? It's a live stream. Frankly, the quality of live streams out there, I'm confident in saying that I think I put together a decent live stream. I'm just really bad at courting an audience. There's probably a lot of reasons for that. Just not being likable. And putting off doing content like I'm right now while I'm just clicking around trying to figure out what I want to do. So let's see. So Australia has been in the news, and I'm curious as to how much of that news made it to America, because I know that the Australian battleground and whether or not Australian has fallen is quite a what's the word, contested topic around the place, which is curious because that's my freedom that people are often talking about. I say people, we're being very generous to the individuals that are talking about it, but let's see. Is it unethical to subscribe to channels that you don't agree with? But in order, holy shit, Steven Crowder has 5.57 million subscribers. Fucking hell. Like I think I knew that in a sense, but just to see it sort of just strikes you, you know. Like just being reminded of it, you know. The man that dressed as a woman to go into a gym to prove that trans people make people uncomfortable because he dressed as a woman and made a big deal about it in a gym. let's just see what Australia Has Fallen brings up on YouTube. What the fuck is this? Acoustic Uprising. Nothing in the about. Looks musical. We won't do any music because, yeah, copyright. Okay. Maybe it's not related to the political hashtag. Either way, I can't bother finding out. DW News. ABC in depth. Sky News. What the fuck? Since the Howard years, Australia has fallen prey to the indulgences of leftist ideology. You know, I've been in Australia for a long time. You know, since Howard was Prime Minister, in fact. And it is literally insane that, like, before being politically aware and being politically motivated in terms of, you know, giving a shit about other people, the leftist ideology never touched me, never once came into contact with me in normal life. And like you wouldn't believe it looking at the way it gets reported in conservative media outlets. Like if you believed the way they hyped it up, you'd assume that like every day I was being indoctrinated and being hit with, you know, things around inclusivity and social programs and just basically communism and stuff. And it is just, it is ridiculous. Like the only way that it makes any sense is if you buy either the lie and like they're using it to promote fear and to sell you onto why you need to be conservative, or you've actually figured out what left ideology is, what leftism is, and in that case you understand that it never gets represented accurately or correctly when it comes to particularly media or mainstream media. It's insane. Jesus. Isaac Butterfield did it. Oh my god. Let's have a look. We've covered Isaac Butterfield in the past. Now, the problem with covering Isaac Butterfield is purely SEO. I feel like he doesn't drive traffic to people who talk about him. Although this got 411k views. I feel like that's a lot for his channel. Oh shit, he's got 1.75 million. Jeez. Okay, and actually it is a lot for his channel. I mean, you can see 3 years ago, before everything was crazy, it was a bit milder. Belle Delphine, thirsty posting. What's he been doing? Vegan teacher. Joe Rogan called out by H3H3. At least he didn't say Ethan Klein. Well, what do you mean at least? Man, is he gonna just be like fat phobic around Ethan and just support Joe Rogan? That's interesting. Oh, he spoke with Friendly Jordies. That's interesting. Having said that, I don't think Jordies is left more than he is a center figure. Like he's more anti-LNP than reject the new normal. Handsome. Oh my god. Did we cover Isaac Butterfield on trans issues? Can't remember. Could Australia defeat China in a war? Okay, this is significantly different to the Butterfield that I once knew. Feminists attack Friendly Jordies. I'm pretty sure that video of Jordies was from a while ago. And choose your... fuck off. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. So we've got vegan, Geordie's, full comedy special. Feminist TikToks attacks me. This is un-Australian. What the? Oh my god. So I don't think it's a comedy. We are going to enter, I predict, in say 20 years, we're going to enter a complete decline arc when it comes to politics, because these people now that are my age, that are like successful content creators, they're going to start being more and more relevant politically and actually going for political office. And it is going to be insane. Like, we all think it's weird. I say we all, like, this is already aging me at the moment too. But like, if you remember when Schwarzenegger went for office, and like there was this whole ridiculous, like, holy shit, but he's an actor, he's not a politician and stuff. Like, you wait until people like grew up on fucking YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, when they start becoming prominent political, taking political positions. It's going to be, wow. Like, Donald Trump was just like the first. I mean, Schwarzenegger was before that, and there's been other actors and stuff, but man, it is going to be the normal. It is going to be the new normal, and that is the new normal we need to reject all the time, not safety measures. Man, is Butterfield becoming the quartering but Australian? Like, feminists, trans people, man fights a woman, feminists attack friendly Geordies, vegan booty being sued. What women don't understand about body positivity. There are infinite genders. What a fat model eats in a day, which, I mean, come on, that's a being presented as a women. Men versus women, which gender is the best? Debate. The fuck, he did a debate? No Nut November. Good meme. Why anti-vaxxers are everywhere. Suspended for saying there are only two genders. Oh my god. What saddens me so much though is Isaac Butterfield is like, he's like all the mates I had in my 20s. I mean, not all, but like, you know, his content when I first came across him, and I first came across him through like the Australian, you know, tries American snacks, or Australian teaches Americans how to eat Milo, or 10 reasons why, like, all that innocuous, like you look at his homepage and like the popular videos are all this innocuous stuff. Like, yes, there's a vegan calls you out because, I mean, yeah, whatever. But this hungry fat chick must be stopped. Okay, maybe he's always done it, and I just never. Why I hate feminism. 2 million views. 3 years ago. Okay, cool. Me not noticing it is me not noticing it. I can't, yeah. And to be fair, it would have been through the algorithm sending me his popular videos and knowing what content I wasn't really looking for. Oh boy. Alright. There was one here. No. Where is it? There was one about time to reject the new normal. Here's the sniff test. Let's go.
Things get...
Right, that's a bit soft. Where is my audio?
to terrible places.
That should be fair. Here we go.
One tiny step at a time. Dr. Jordan Peterson said that on...
All right, you failed the sniff test. You failed the sniff test. Like, I feel like Jordan Peterson's a good sniff test. Like, if you are deferring to Peterson on matters of, you know, social progress, I feel like you've lost the high ground. The high ground is back to mine. Hey, Joe. Oz from Tang. It does not ring a bell, I have to say.
Joe Rogan's podcast all the way back in November 2016. What he was
2016, was that the Canadian pronoun bill? That would be about that time, wouldn't it?
explaining was that moments or periods of tyranny, catastrophe, and disaster usually don't happen overnight. If the societal marauder is smart, they will do it gradually. They will take it inch by inch. They will change it so slowly that you'll barely notice the difference. It's very much like the frog in the boiling water.
Hey, I did not pick Lobster Man. I picked Isaac Butterworth. It's not, I mean, yes, it's technically my fault because it's a series of events I took, but I was not expecting Peterson. This is currently a sniff test on Butterworth. I've done a video on Butterworth in the past. I have considered him broadly to be a nice guy with bad ideas. This video may change my mind into him being not a nice guy, still with bad ideas.
If you throw it right in, it'll jump straight out. If you slowly increase the heat, it won't even notice before it's too late. Combine that change.
If you shoot me his either Twitter handle or YouTube, I'll send him a message. Joe. Sorry, I don't know how to say it.
With this strange mass panic, this fear that has been induced in...
Strange mass panic. Strange mass panic. Where are we? 59,000 new cases of COVID today. Yeah. 2,600. Sorry if this is triggering to Americans. I know you're making fun, Ring. I know. But yeah, sorry if this triggers you Americans, but this is still fucking like an event. Even if that event has taken the last 2 years, like so 2019 through to 2022 now starting, to call this mass panic when 2,692 Australians have died, and by the stats, the people with long COVID or like injuries from COVID that they may never recover from, that's that number again. It's so disingenuous to see these people take this and frame it as in you're giving up your freedoms for this ephemeral pandemic, this panic, this is completely illogical, irrational. It's like, no, I care about those people, and not to anecdotalize it into my personal risk category, but my grandma's born in 1936, so quick maths, so she's like 86 this year. That's a massive risk category for her, and up until now, I've had the comfort of being, she is not in Brisbane. She is in a more rural city where there were no cases, but that is out the fucking window now. And the cases are just everywhere. So I don't think it is too much for me to be like, I'm okay with social distancing. I'm okay with vaccines being required for you to go into areas where there's a high risk of transmission. I'm okay with, restrictions on international arrivals. And, I would have been okay with border measures for longer too, because I care about my grandmother, and by extension I care about other people's family members and friends who fit into those categories, because what are we giving up besides like having to wear a fucking face mask? I'm giving up travel. I huge travel. I would travel every 6 to 8 months. I would be on an international trip in the years leading up to COVID, and now I haven't left the country since 2019. September 2019, I think, was the last time I left the country. And, that's a huge part of my life. That's a huge part of my passion. And yes, objectively, I've given something up. But at the same time, I only this week have been put in a position where I finally know people directly in my friends group who have caught COVID. It's taken until this week in 2022. Because of the measures we took in place. Not because it was panic, not because it was unwarranted, because we took it seriously in Australia. We took very measured and effective steps in Queensland to protect ourselves from COVID up until this point. And unfortunately, it feels like since Christmas 2021, the decision was made that we couldn't give up another Christmas, and politically it might have been not expedient for our state government, and they, decided to rush into the let it rip phase, which is unfortunate. But to what was the phrasing? What was the phrasing there? Oh God, we're still at the start of the video. This is why my live stream's going forever.
The heat, it won't even notice before it's too late. Combine that change with this strange mass panic, this fear that has been induced into everyone, and you are left with a psychosis that it seems that we've all fell into. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what has given us these very strange times that we find ourselves in right now.
See, Archer, Ring, I trust you both. Do either of you have any objections if I give you mod powers just for any more spam?
A time without freedom of thought or truth or speech.
Every time I hear someone complain about no freedom of thought, they are talking from a platform that is bigger than almost anyone that I think has a good take on the vaccine or on, various other topics. And they are saying the things that they are claiming cannot be said. He is currently saying we need to reject the new normal from a platform of, what did he have, like 1.75 million subscribers, and he's claiming that there's no freedom of thought. Yet I sit here and we can discuss this matter, and it's just gaslight. He's gaslighting the entire anti-vax movement. Gaslights us into trying to get us to feel sorry for them because they don't have any freedom or right to disagree or anything like that. And it is absolutely outrageous that anyone takes that seriously. Like, the amount of times I see people on Twitter complain that, you can't have a dissenting opinion because you get cancelled. And it's like, you're saying it. You're literally saying it. That David Chappelle got cancelled for what he said in his Netflix special. Yet he said it. He said it on his platform. I'm relatively sure I can still go to Netflix right now and watch the fucking special if I want to. I'm pretty sure that I can go on YouTube and I can watch clips of it. I'm pretty sure I can find plenty of people that are defending what he said. And yet they want to try and argue that they don't have the right to say the things they're saying. What they actually mean is that they don't have the right to say the things they say and get universal applause for saying those things. And they're upset that they can't understand why someone will disagree with them. And this is the core issue that I think comes to the center of every one of these discussions. Is I can sit here and I believe that I can empathize with someone that is upset by the vaccine mandates, is upset by the way that our life has changed over the last 3 years. And I can say, you know what, I understand why it's frustrating. I understand, because I feel it too. And I think that's what they miss, is that I can sit here and I can be like, you know what, I support that we undertook measures to increase border security to prevent the virus from getting here at the same rates it was getting to other countries. Does not mean I like it. Does not mean I enjoyed it. Does not mean I was sitting here going, you know, fuck yes, I lost 3 years of my life living the life that I thought I was going to live to COVID. I'm not happy about that. I'm happy, though, that we can take measures to reduce the harm. Well, that's it, Ring, right? Like, one of the things that I'm still on this, right? I feel like I can be moved on this, but I have not been moved on it yet. But the freedom of speech, to me anyway, the core of freedom of speech is that it is a government cannot infringe on your right to speak, in terms of it cannot jail you or otherwise ostracize you or, bring about any negative consequences to someone based on the basis of what they say. What freedom of speech is not a right to a platform to say anything that you want to say. So Isaac Battlefield, he can go have dinner at his house and he can say, you know what, Vagrant Sam is a cunt. I mean, he can do that publicly, to be fair, and I wouldn't give a shit. But, he can say whatever bigoted stuff. Like, he could go home and he could say, see, I don't actually want to say something bigoted. But, okay, you can imagine what he might say. And that is freedom of speech, is that he will not get someone that will go and tell the government what he said, and then he would get arrested. You know, he could say that in a square and he won't get arrested. He might be told to move on. He might be told to leave, but he won't be arrested for it. That's freedom of speech. But now we have these platforms, and it's like freedom of speech means the freedom to say anything on this platform and have it be amplified because I feel I've got the right for it to be amplified. I can't name a single person in Australia that has the dissenting opinion from Isaac Butterfield that has a platform of 1.75 million people. Now, that is true if you were to come at the same conclusion of, if I don't have access to a platform, I don't have freedom of speech. Well, my views don't have access to that platform, so they don't have, therefore I've got less freedom of speech than Isaac Butterfield. So what's, you know, is it a meritocracy? Is he better than me and therefore he gets the platform and he gets to share his ideas? Or is it freedom of speech? Or is it just, you know what, he's a comedian, he, you know, worked really hard and that's what he focused his life on, so he gets that? And, boy. Negative legal consequences too, yeah. God, we don't get far in these videos quickly, do we?
Some people are allowed to speak and others are not. Some are allowed.
Who's not allowed to speak? Show me. Stephen Crowder's on the platform. Ben Shapiro's on the platform. Sky News Australia's on the platform. Avi Yemeni, I'm getting very Australian here, is on the platform. Fucking... Who's not allowed to speak that you think is meant to be speaking? The other thing that shits me is they never mention things specifically. Never.
To think and others are not. You will be shouted down if you're a civilian. If you're a professional, you'll lose your position. There is no nuance here. It has to be either you toe the party line in one direction or the other.
What party? What party? What party? Please. Nothing frustrates me more, and I've seen this a lot, like on YouTube and Twitter and some of the circles I've been in, where there'll be vague complaints about something or someone or some behavior. Like, I saw it a lot in the atheist community where it's like, oh, you know, the atheist community is X, Y, Z and bad for this, bad for that reason. But people wouldn't have the guts to actually call out the behavior from the person. I get there's a fine line there because there's like, well, you know, people doing drama for drama's sake, but at the same time, like, you can't cultivate a positive community if you don't address the behavior that makes a community toxic. But yet, if you just vague post about all these things and other people have a different understanding of what you're talking about, it creates issues as well.
The only person I've seen have any type of discourse that does...
He's going to name a conservative right-wing thinker. He's gonna name someone that is conservative.
Doesn't run along with the mainstream narrative was Joe Rogan. And
now, I think I can call Joe Rogan a conservative on the basis of his anti-vax takes and how he's basically devolved into a fucking soup brain in the last 2 years.
And thankfully, he has Spotify to put his podcast out there. Otherwise, we would never have seen it. On the 31st of December 2019.
Does he seriously believe that if Spotify had not entered into a publishing deal with Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan would not have been publishing his podcast still through any number of podcasting platforms available? Podbean, I mean, that's one I used to use back in the early 2000s. Shit, I can't, but there's a bunch of, like, anyway.
We all went to bed, whether it be in the early hours of the morning or early if you're like me and 100 years old. We were probably thinking and planning of the magical year to come. But it never came. And now it's been 2 years. It's almost...
And now we're going to blame the people who would rather take it seriously and undertake measures to reduce the amount of harm it does to those that are vulnerable. We're going to blame them for the shitty 2 years we've had. We're not going to blame the virus. Anyway.
It's like we are right now in occupied territory, surrounded by people who are desperately trying to do the right thing. Thousands of people are running scared. They don't want to die, and I get that. I really do. It is scary for a population who had fuck all cases for 2 years because we basically all hid in our bunkers. But listen to this. We were told this was going to happen. This is why we had these vaccine mandates coming. And I know people are like, oh, they weren't mandates. Listen, motherfucker, you can't go to work without one. Sounds like a fucking mandate.
Depends on your job. Depends on your job. But anyway, I would concede that point. You know, they're essentially our vaccine mandate. But we have seatbelt mandates. We've got helmet mandates. We've got no drink driving mandates. You know, there's plenty of mandates that exist. Like what it is a law. It is a law for the public safety, for the public good. So I mean, I'm convinced that like any number of safety laws that we have at the moment, if they were to be issues today, they would get politicized by conservative governments, and they would become just COVID as well.
And I'm not anti-vax. I was happy to get it. I wanted to travel. I wanted to do shows. Okay. And so I did. I got it. And I understand if you're an older person, if you're an overweight person, if you have comorbidities.
No. Yeah, he's been listening to Joe Rogan. Fat people should get the vaccine, but young, healthy people, you don't need the vaccine.
Would drastically reduce your chances of survival if you caught this particular thing. I understand why you would want to get the vaccine, right? So everyone in Australia gets the vaccine. Something like 97% of the people who live in this country have the vaccine, at least of the adult population.
Yeah, closed mandates.
What we got told on the nightly news is, hey, once you get the vaccine, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. We're not going to die. We're not going to die, and life will get back to normal. So what happens? We all get it, right? So we open up. We go back to relative normal life. And what happens when normal life happens? Fucking diseases get spread, all right? They just fucking do. Now everyone starts getting it. Everyone starts getting the Omicron, right? And everyone freaks the fuck out. Even though we've been told not to worry about this, to worry about the ICU admission.
We were never told not to worry about it. We were told it was going to happen. And it sounds like he's about to talk about ICU admissions, which is true. Like one of the important factors is ICU admissions. But it's also true to remember that there's a relation between the speed at which something spreads and the rate at which people go into the ICU. So if you get a low ICU admission rate, great. That number still is affected by the amount of spreads. Like a low percentage of 2,000 people getting Omicron and 1% of them going to the ICU versus 20,000 people and 1% going to the ICU. Those two things make a drastic difference on the outcome, despite the fact that it still is, as we say, lowers the risk, lowers how much damage it's likely to do to in the long term. But it never actually addresses the issue that we do need to still give it a shit. Like, did we think we're just going to turn it off?
All this type of stuff, to actually look at the people who are genuinely sick. No. We freak out about the numbers. And on the news, they freak us out every single day. 100,000 people, 100,000 people, 10,000 people. Next Tuesday, there's going to be 1 million people. We're all going to be fucked. But we're not, are we? But ladies and gentlemen.
We're not. There might be people that are, though.
This is the new norm. This constant state of terror is the new norm. The new normal is the most painful fucking...
I need to meet someone. I need to talk to someone who has lived in terror, right? Terror. Like not lived cautiously, not lived with some anxiety based on it, but has lived in terror. I feel like that's a misrepresentation of the people broadly who are accepting of the changes. We've said this all before, haven't we? Like, it's some of us are willing to do a little bit more for the greater good. I mean, that's trite, I know, but...
phrase that I've ever heard. It is that incremental change that is now so drastic. Oh, no. Well, you see, we've taken this away from you, this away. It's the new normal. Fucking deal with it. And that's why I decided to name my tour this year The New Normal, because I wanted to put a fucking positive spin on it. So I'm going all over Australia and New Zealand in 2022. Come and see me live. Ticket link is down below. Or go to itherbutterfield.com.
Stop.
The reason I wanted to make this video
that's his job.
to provide some relaxing dialogue for people, to provide something to listen to that isn't this.
With Omicron cases surging to record...
Stop watching the fucking news. If you don't want to listen to the news. The news has always been sensationalized. The news has always been... So there's this idea of... what was it called? It's called terror management theory. And the idea is that as humans, we are inherently terrified of death. And so we develop a cultural cocoon of other things that we concern ourselves with to distract us from the fact that one day we're going to die. And that's like, this is pop psychology. Don't take this as anything apart from like a fun little factoid that someone once told me that it was of dubious accuracy. But the idea that we get caught up in these cultural discussions and the reason we fight with other people that have a different ideology to us is because if they take away our ideology, it distracts us from the fact that we're distracting ourselves from the fact that we're going to die one day. And like, you know, that's why bad news sells better than good news, because it's something to sort of fight against.
Numbers across the world.
It will
If
soon
it bleeds,
be
it
the
leads.
dominant variant worldwide.
More restrictions will need to be implemented to stop the spread of Omicron.
Testing numbers were also down, though, by nearly 30,000 on the previous day.
Another explosion in new case numbers.
Daily case numbers above 100,000 within a couple of weeks.
Stop talking to me!
To reiterate, for months we were told, get the vax, you won't die. So everyone got the vax, right? Then it starts spreading. Not many people are dying, but everyone's freaking out. They're freaking out like more.
And we have more freedom, and they opened up the borders, and we're about to get relaxed international arrivals. So there's half the story here, is that he's telling us that we have the new normal. We were told to get vaccinated, and yet we're still here. I still can't just jump on a plane to Bali and go for 3 days and come back without any issues. Like, what's going on here? Why is this the new normal? It's like, well, we're in a very different place today than we were 6 months ago, 12 months ago, 18 months ago. Like, Queensland is one of the states that has been the slowest to open its borders outside of Western Australia. And yeah, international arrivals will be allowed once we hit 90% double vaxxed, which again, he's quoted that we're 97% vaxxed in Australia. Well, that's focused in very specific areas. In my state, unfortunately, we're only at like 97 or 98%, 87 or 88%, something like that. I think we're due to get to 90% double vax in the next few days to a week or something. But like, we have been getting back to normal slowly but surely. But here's the other thing, right, is we want to complain about we're not at the new normal. Part of getting back to the new normal and letting these case numbers explode has been letting it explode throughout the workforce as well. So I currently, because we have opened up in the state we have, without, I think, enough measures to control and slow the spread, we've just let it rip. I no longer can go down to the supermarket and just buy some beef mince to make spaghetti. I don't have that freedom anymore because there's no fucking beef mince at the shops. Now, this sounds really silly, right? And don't get me wrong. Like, there's plenty of food out there. There's no reason to panic buy, blah, 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 blah. It is purely a issue of the amount of choice and the amount of options available, because we are down to the bare fucking minimum when it comes to fresh meat at the supermarkets. There's a few other things like toilet paper and paper rolls. I think they had no garlic powder today. Like, we are at the point where our supermarkets are like half full. And again, it's not a supply issue in terms of not enough supply to meet the needs. The issue is people are fucking sick and can't go to work. The numbers I've heard is there's 20% of the distribution workforce in one of our major supermarkets is sick because they got fucking Omicron. Because they're still going to work around people that are sick, that are still spreading the virus, because you still spread the virus when you're vaccinated. We can't forget that. So like 20% of the distribution out, gone, which vastly impacts the amount of food that we can get access to. 10% of the actual store staff are sick because they can't, leave their home because they've got Omicron. And that is impacting how we get. So this idea that, hey, why are we freaking out? Well, because actions have consequences. Like, we can't just decide and pretend that Omicron's not here. The issues aren't that we are terrified of the virus. The issues are the virus is real. The virus has an effect. And as much as you want to go, no, you know what? We're done. 2022, we're back to 2019, please. Thank you. And expect there not to be costs to that. And one of the costs at the moment is fucking stores are closing earlier and open for less hours, less days, because they don't have staff, because staff are sick. Food chain is starting to fall down a little bit. fall down's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. Like there's disruption to the food chain because we can't get stock in at the rate we need to, because we have a very narrow supply chain in terms of the time frames before disruption is shown. Like it is ridiculous, and none of this is mentioned. None of this is accounted for. I guarantee you, Butterfield here has the same issues as me because they're everywhere. I've seen the TikToks of people filming around their supermarkets, showing shelves that are barely got any food on them, and yet we want to act like what? Is this just like another mainstream media? Well, it's not mainstream media because it's people. There's just people, you know, showing that this is the reality of the life we're living in. Like, holy shit, how much of a snowflake is it to live in the times that we live in, and your biggest concern is you can't pretend that the virus doesn't exist and the virus never happened and that Omicron never occurred. I booked a fucking trip to Japan earlier this year to go in June. You know what happened the next week? Omicron fucking happened the next week. I don't know if I'm still going. Booked for June. We'll see. I'll go if it's safe. Who the fuck knows? So yeah, the shit affects me. The shit annoys me too. But contextualize yourself. Holy shit.
Lord fucking Flanders. Oh, shut up, Butterfield, you fucking anti-vaxxer fucking dog. Well, listen, mate, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Happy to do it, right? I think a lot of people should do it. But here's something that I thought was...
I will die on the hill that if you are propagating reasons for people to be vaccine hesitant, you are effectively anti-vaccine, because a pro-vaccine take is that everyone who is able to get a vaccine safely should get a vaccine, and there are no reasoning, there's no moral or ethical reason for you to not get a vaccine that is deemed safe by your doctor, medical professionals. That is anything less than that, anti-vax. Like, I'm sorry, vaccines are about the group, the collective getting together to reduce the ability for a virus to spread in a population. And if you do not participate in that, or if you think it's okay for some people to not participate in that because of their freedom, fuck you, that's an anti-vaxxer take.
Really interesting, and this was on the fucking news. So they're saying it, and it's against their sort of agenda, if you will. It must be fucking pretty bad.
According to the Daily Telegraph, over 2 days last week at a major Sydney hospital, 50% of those new hospitalisations were not in fact virus related. So these are people that are coming in after suffering a fall, perhaps breaking a bone, or a pregnant woman coming in to have a baby, and then on admission they're being tested positive for COVID.
50 fucking percent. So does that carry across to all hospitals? Does that mean throughout this entire...
Wait. What is the point here? That if you get admitted for something else and it turns out you also have COVID, it doesn't count?
Hospital,
I thought was really interesting, and this was on the fucking news. So they're saying it, and it's against their sort of agenda, if you will. It must be fucking pretty bad.
According to the Daily Telegraph, over 2 days last week at a major Sydney hospital, 50% of those new hospitalisations were not in fact virus related. So these are people that are coming in after suffering a fall, perhaps breaking a bone, or a pregnant woman coming in to have a baby, and then on admission they're being tested positive for COVID.
50 fucking percent.
Sorry, is the contention going to be therefore they're not real COVID cases? Like, I know he doesn't mean not real, but like, as in, or if they didn't go to hospital and get tested, then we would never have known about it.
So does that carry across to all hospitals? Does that mean throughout this entire thing that some people have been going to hospital or already in hospital and then get it and die, and then they blame that particular thing?
Excess deaths over the year that we've had, or 2 years we've had COVID. Like, we've got the statistic, the excess deaths statistic.
Thing instead of the actual thing that killed the person? I don't know, but that does...
Okay, you don't know, good. But you're going to ask the question, you're going to put it out there as if, well, that's interesting, that seems very deceptive. What is not deceptive is the excess death statistic that you can see for the times since COVID started spreading throughout the world. Now, I don't have that statistic to hand, but hey, do your own research, right? You know, go into your fucking Facebook group or whatever. But if you look at the excess death since COVID came out, it is essentially accounting for how many deaths we see in a normal year and what the difference is between what we expect based on all the data we have over the decades and decades and decades of data that we've got versus what we've seen in 2019, 2020, 2021. And like the difference is like stark. The difference is there. The difference is measurable. Like this is not a point. This is ridiculous.
Sound like something that would bump up the numbers. I've also heard that some hospitals actually receive more funding for every single person that they have in there that has this particular issue. But maybe we are all looking at this the wrong way. Let's talk about the big O. Let's talk about Omicrons. This may sound strange to say, but this variant was created differently. The Omicrons is more transmissible.
Created differently. That's probably a poor choice of words unless you're trying to court some conspiracists.
But less deadly. This is what viruses like to do, okay? It doesn't make any sense for a virus to infect a lot of people and then kill them immediately because it won't be passed on. The virus won't be able to replicate and it won't be able to grow. So over time, a lot of viruses decide to, I don't know if they actually decide to, if they sit down and have a meeting, whatever, they decide to not be as deadly. They evolve.
Which has been reported in the
more.
news.
This is what everyone is seeing except for Anastasia Palaszczuk.
My premiere. Let's go.
Now, I couldn't find this video, it wasn't anywhere on the internet, but I remember her saying something along the lines of 2 days after we found out about the South African Omicrons, this is the worst variant, or something like that, based on no medical knowledge. You fucking idiot. Quick sidebar.
Okay, the worst variant doesn't mean the most deadly variant necessarily. It could mean the worst in terms of transmissibility. So she's basing it on the fact that other countries have made a decision to close their borders. Now, I'm going to assume that... let's full screen that, actually. I don't know why I haven't had it full screen. But the fact that that quote down there is the worst quote he could find to put on this video gives me a very low level of confidence that she said anything as absurd as what he's claiming. Now, I'm a big fucking nerd, so I listened to a lot of the press conferences, particularly around the time Omicron was coming out, getting released, whatever. And yeah, my memory of it is that the concern was the transmissibility, not the deadliness. And that was reflected in the press conferences that I watched as well, so... Crazy, I know.
Or something like that, based
Something
on
like
no
that.
medical knowledge.
I'll report it
You
anyway.
fucking idiot. Quick sidebar before I go on. The amount of power that state premiers, particularly in Australia, I don't know what it's like in America and the UK, but particularly in Australia, the amount of power that state premiers, the leaders of the states, have had during this whole thing has been hilarious. They love it and they will not let it go. These pricks.
My premier had put in pretty strict and pretty strong controls early in the pandemic. And last year in September, we had an election. The state voted her to remain. So, yeah, presenting these premiers as power-crazed, and I've seen people quite commonly comparing Victorian Premier Dan Andrews to the Democratic People's Republic of Victoria as if it's like fucking authoritarian Chinese regime over there, which is just obscene, absurd, and just it frustrates me no end. He doesn't have the benefit necessarily of being validated through a democratic process like our Premier in Queensland has, but I feel like that's an important piece of context to this whole our Premiers are power mad. Because, you know what, our Prime Minister is a fucking piece of shit who has failed to get the vaccine on time, who has failed to work with the Premiers as a whole. Instead, he worked as the Prime Minister for New South Wales and propped them up as the gold standard, despite the fact they have done worse in the pandemic on almost every metric available, even if you look not just at health, but economic outcomes. And also, he has not gotten RAT tests, rapid antigen tests, and we in Australia have to fucking pay for them. I think they cost about $50 each on Facebook Marketplace if you had to get one now, because we don't have access to them and our government's not subsidised. Despite the fact that we have like a free healthcare here in Australia, we pay more for rapid antigen tests, as far as I can tell, than people do in America. Like, that is mind-blowing. Like, I used to work for Harvey Norman, which is the biggest big box. I don't know if it's the biggest anymore, but it was the big box retail store. So you go there for your kitchen, like your fridge, your washing machine, your brown goods, your computers, your furniture, like that. That's all the stuff they sell. I used to sell computers there, funnily enough. They got their hands on rapid antigen tests, and I think they were selling them like packs of 2 for $50. Now, don't ask me how I know this, but the warehouse price of those tests is about $10.50 Australian. Yeah, so we really used the rats here in Australia to give businesses a chance to make a bit of money off the desperate need people had to test themselves to know whether or not it was safe for them to go to work. That's the kind of federal leadership that we have in this country. Boy. See, the thing is, Jer, that Premier's making decisions to restrict people's freedom. I say that like tongue-in-cheek, in order to prevent harm to the population as a whole, that's too much of a conceptual piece for Isaac Butterfield to consider. He needs to look at it as, how does this affect me personally? And if I was to imagine myself as an individual person under that Premier, how would I feel about it? It's never the aggregate of, okay, what is the harm done to the population as a whole versus the harm done if we don't do these things. It's never, there's been a snide, and I didn't point it out, but the sort of the snide remark about hiding in our bunkers because we didn't have many cases or many deaths for the vast majority of the coronavirus arc. And people often will claim, they'll mention that, like Isaac did, in a snide manner, as if what we did was pointless because we didn't have any of the negative effects that we saw in places like America where, 800,000 deaths at the moment? But like, we got the result because we did the work. We didn't do the work for nothing. We did the work, we got the result, and yet because we got the result, that's being used to try and argue that all that work we did was somehow power-hungry premiers that are just trying to control the population. It's quite frustrating.
Are about as fucking useful as a crew trainer at McDonald's, all right? They're just fucking telling people, go to the deep fry, go to the fucking...
That's anti-worker right there. Come on. Working in retail is a fucking hard job. Like, if you can drag yourself to work in retail or hospitality where people are fucking cunts, then you have got some skills that I didn't have.
An hamburger station, get the pickles out! The Omicrons, it's not as bad. Some people have said it's...
A brown good is like TVs, stereos. It probably doesn't get used as a term much anymore. Like even when I used it, when I worked at Harvey Norman in like the mid 2000s, it refers to like, I guess the old brown wood paneling that used to be on those sort of lounge room items. Yeah, so I don't know if people use it for plasmas and plasmas. God, even that dates me. OLEDs and QLEDs and all that sort of stuff.
5 times less deadly. Others, 30 times. That's the data we're looking at.
Omicron's 5 times less severe, but isn't it 8 times more transmissible? So it transmits into 8 times as many people, but only is as deadly in 5 times as many people. But that's still a profit. Like, fucking do some statistics. I know I had the advantage of doing Maths B and Maths C, Maths C being the hardest maths in high school. But this is like entry-level maths stuff. Like,
out here. We've only seen it for the last 2 months. We will know more as time goes on. My point being, if you are healthy or vaxxed, you should be fine. From the 30 or so...
And we are fine. And we have our freedoms. And we can go to work any job we want if we're vaxxed. And I can go to any restaurant I want if I'm vaxxed. And I can go to, events. And I can travel outside of the state. Like, we literally... The thing he's complaining about is if you're vaxxed, why don't you have freedom? We do. Literally, we do. That's part of the reason why we've got fucking 15,000 cases today, or whatever the fucking number was.
People I know who have had this, they had a bad cold, a bad flu, they are fine. If you have comorbidities, then that is fucking tough. I get it. You don't want your grandma to get it. I don't want my grandma to get it, all right? I get it. But this is not the same disease. That is a quote from Sir John Bell, a Regius Professor of Medicine at Oxford. Fuck me, that's a title. Though hospital admissions had increased in recent weeks as Omicron spreads through the population, the disease appears to be less severe, and many people spend a relatively short time in hospital. Fewer patients are needing high flow oxygen, and the average length of stay was down to 3 days, he said. Thankfully, this illness decided to have a new variant that was less deadly and it didn't go the other way, like, and turn out to be some new Ebola who has a 50% to 90% mortality rate. But the point of this video is this. It's okay to be scared, particularly here in Australia and possibly all over the world when we've been told how bad this is. In reality right now, it's not. If you are vaxxed, you are fucking, as they said, protected, right? If you are healthy, you are relatively protected. It depends. If you do happen to...
And he doesn't want to be an anti-vaxxer, but he wants to sort of provide room for his audience, for people that aren't pro-vax to still feel justified in like, I'm not taking the vax because I'm healthy, so I'll be fine. And that... I have a family member that's, yeah, in that phase when it comes to the vaccine and the mandates and stuff, and that is quite painful. But hey, we've got people like Isaac Butterfield supporting that decision because of freedom.
Die from it. Sad to lose a subscriber. But if you do happen to die from it, it sucks. But people die. People die every single fucking day.
You know, if you get hit by a car and die, you know, it happens. But that doesn't mean we need speed limits, right? Like, you know, it's just a fact of life. Like, you know, most of us have good eyesight. Most of us got good reflexes, and, you know, we'll be able to turn the wheel and get out of the way and, you know, not hit you. But if we hit you, we hit you. And, you know, life sucks sometimes, you know?
That happens regardless of what we do. In the year 2020...
No. It does not happen regardless of what we do. There are deaths that will happen if we do not treat Omicron in a particular way. And there are deaths that will not happen if we do treat Omicron in a particular way. If we measure our response, measure our movement back into more freedoms, back into the way it used to be, which we are heading in that direction. Like, holy shit, like this whole song and dance crying about the new normal and, oh, I'm not going to accept it, blah, 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 blah. Like, what is different? Okay, let's think. In my day-to-day life, what is different? At the moment, I'm working from home. I think that's great, so whatever. But I mean, there are people that aren't working from home, like the, you know, retail jobs and hospitality jobs. They're happening as per normal. So I think we could probably even say work currently is normal. Unless you get sick and you stay home, which technically should be normal anyway, because if you're sick, you shouldn't be going to work, even outside of COVID. I can travel anywhere in Australia at the moment. I can go on holiday to Tasmania. Oh, I might not be able to go to Western Australia. I'd need to double check that, but most of Australia I can go to. I can go to cafes, I can go to restaurants, I can go to the cinema, I can go to a play, I can go down to South Bank, I can... Like realistically, what are we looking at that we've given up in our sort of day-to-day life? Like, we've given up the big things, right? So I can't go traveling overseas. I'm struggling to think what else I've given up. I mean, if you consider having to get a vaccine, giving up not having an extra vaccine, but that's kind of ridiculous. Here we go. We're going to get some death numbers to prove that dying of COVID, even if it is preventable, is okay because it's less than some other disease.
160,000 people in Australia died. Dead. Gone. Buried. An estimated 49,221 deaths were from cancer. Heart disease, 20,000 deaths. Dementia, 12,000 deaths. Suicide, 1,600 deaths in that year. The
Rona was really low. Barely anyone died in 2020 from the Rona.
Was the 38th leading cause of death.
Why?
98. In 2021,
why was
it's
it?
A bit more. Point is,
why?
With a less deadly variant.
No. Don't switch to the next variant. In 2020, why was coronavirus number 38 in how deadly it was in Australia? Why? What were we doing in 2020? We were all at fucking home. We were in lockdown. We were fucking social distancing. We were wearing masks. We were doing pretty significant steps in order to keep that death rate down. And now I said this earlier, didn't I? Didn't I say this earlier? He is now citing the fact that we were successful in dealing with the coronavirus as a justification for why we should no longer be dealing with the coronavirus.
On a disease that was already not that deadly, you don't have to be fearful and running around freaking out about this thing. You don't need to. It's okay to be safe. I get that.
And yeah, none of those things are contagious. Like, it's a common fucking trope. Like, I mean, Butterfield's like, what, 3 months behind on these talking points, but whatever.
You don't need to be Terrifying. You don't need to have a fucking plexiglass window next to your Tinder date when you get a hand job in the back of the car. It's not necessary. The truth of the matter is some people love this shit. It is their new religion.
Who?
Right? It's like politics. People are either one side or the other. There's no nuance.
Correct. There's no nuance in politics because there is no middle ground between women should have access to abortions and women should not have access to abortions. There's no middle ground between people that are not heteronormative in terms of their relationships should have rights or shouldn't have. There's no middle ground. Like we like to pretend that politics is this two levels of extremes. Now there are extremes in the ways that people express their political opinions, but I really struggle quite often to find political opinions where there is a middle ground. It doesn't exist. Like even you look at things like climate change, like either climate change is real and we should take it seriously, or climate change is not real and we shouldn't take it seriously. Like if you go, well, it wouldn't be palatable for people if we shut down coal, new coal plants. We need to still have coal jobs, so we'll do them, but not as many as we might. Well, that's still not taking climate change seriously. Like this centrism, toxicity to political discussion frustrates me no end because it pretends that, you know, if you take the average of everyone's opinion, you find truth. And there's a lot of subjects in which if you took the consensus opinion on average of an entire population to determine what was true or what was right or what was moral or what was ethical, you would come to very different answers in different parts of history. So I think we can quite easily look at that and go, that's not the case. But this whole idea that, and I think I'm pretty confident that it is more consistently people on the right who will try to appeal to this, hey, let's just not be crazy here. Let's sort of, there's a bit of nuance here in this discussion. And I think it's because it's in their benefit to address any desire for change by appealing to the opinion that sits in the middle of change and don't change. Because inevitably, to be in the middle of those discussions is to advocate for the status quo. Like if you're not pushing for change in something, then it's a tacit endorsement of what the status quo is. And I think that's why it's so difficult often for progressive parties and progressive politics to overcome the inertia of the existing structure, because there are a lot of people that will just go, well, hey, we're here, it must be okay, right? And part of the culture war is people that skew conservative mounting those arguments. Like you've got the people that are on the extreme, you've got the Crowders, and you've got the what's his fucking name, Nick Fuentes and stuff. But then you have these centrists like Isaac Butterfield, who'll be like, whoa, it's a bit crazy that you guys are all taking Omicron seriously.
So what you need to do is be safe. If you need to get a vaccine, do it. All right, whatever. But for Christ's sake, reject.
If you need to get a vax, do it. No. If there is no reason for you to not get a vaccine, get a vaccine. Like I can't accept the middle ground between people who are anti-vax and, hey, this vaccine will grow a third arm out of my fucking back, and everyone who can get a vaccine should get a vaccine. The middle ground is not between those two things. The middle ground is between everyone who can get a vaccine should get a vaccine, and vaccines should be personal choice. They're the two things. Like the if you want to get a vaccine is not the middle ground. It is actually the conservative, the right-wing position. It is my personal choice is more important than our societal freedom to live without risks of diseases that travel through a population. Like it's a false dichotomy to pretend that the crazies on your side of politics are actually right, and the people that are rational on the other side of politics are the left, and that you're in the center. And it turns out the Overton window is a bit skewed on that framing, and it's you who are on the right. Because left-wing politics, left-wing people are going to look at what actions a person can take that do the most good and reduce the amount of harm without them, including in the calculation harm done to the person themselves. And they're going to come to the conclusion that herd immunity is a group effort, and the group therefore should do its best to ensure that immunity is as strong as possible. Right at the end of the video. Thank Christ. Wait.
Not going to benefit any of us. Ladies and gentlemen, be a good motherfucker.
The new normal. We've got numbers on it. The new normal. Like, he cited the 2020 numbers. In 2020, how many Australians died of coronavirus in 2020? What was it?
Suicide, 1,600 deaths. In that year, the Rhone was the 38th leading cause of death, with
898 deaths. Fuck, I forgot my point. The RWNJ, that's a personality test, isn't it? I feel like I've done it, but I don't remember any details. Right-wing politics wins by default. That's my honest opinion. Like, probably the best example I've got of like complacency leads to the right. Should I tell stories about my mother-in-law? It must have been a state election, because otherwise, yeah, the parties at federal level would have been known. Sorry, this is Australian politics. I know it's hard to relate to outside of Australia. One of the truisms, so particularly in Australia where we have voting that is mandatory, like everyone has to vote. One of the things that they've found in studies is that most people are more likely to vote for the name for which they have the highest level of recognition. And because of that, when it's voting days in Australia, when you go to the voting places, every party will have like signs up, and there'll be volunteers wearing shirts, and they'll be waving around their billboards, and they'll have the name and the face of the person that they're representing. And the closer your position to the entrance to the voting, like it'll be a school or a church or a community hall, something like that, the closer you can get to the entrance, the more likely it is that the name of your candidate will be the one that will be in the person's mind when they go in to vote. So that's very hotly contested. Like there's even to the point where there are laws or regulations, I should say, around how close canvassers can be to the entrance. Like there has to be a certain amount of distance and stuff. Like you get the general fights break out between people in the Greens and the LNP and all that sort of stuff. It's a good time for all. And we have what's called a democracy sausage, because there'll often be a sausage sizzle. Well, not in the new normal, which I'm sure would be very upsetting for Isaac. But yeah, because people will often vote based on name recognition, it doesn't necessarily mean they know what the party or the person stands for. And my mother-in-law is actually she works in Queensland Health, and has worked as a nurse for her entire career. And there was a party for the Australian Medical something. The party was essentially like the Australian Medical Union or the Australian Nurses Party, something like that. That sort of, it communicated to them that it was a party that was invested in policies and politics around healthcare and stuff like that. So she ranked them quite high in her preference. Like she had ranked who she voted for in terms of who she knew. But when she got down to I don't know who these are, she voted, like we've had, there was a pirate party in Queensland, and they were a party that focuses on policies and stuff around things like internet copyright and the right to access material and all that sort of stuff. There's been the fishing parties are a different example, but we won't get into all that. But there are some parties that are very niche, let's say that. So because this one, through its name, was signaling that they were invested in healthcare and stuff, she voted them highest out of all of the parties that she didn't recognize. And when she told us, my partner knew who the party was. And the party's main policy platform was to try and push the government to reduce vaccination mandates. And this is pre-COVID, but essentially it was an anti-vax party. It was a party that was, raising concerns over vaccine injury and vaccine safety. And she, a nurse who is fully supportive of vaccinations and is fully on board with all the measures we take with COVID and stuff, was kind of horrified that she had voted for a party like that. So like, to me, that's an example of like, politically people are very unengaged, and I'd been unengaged for the majority of my life. In fact, like the Conservative Party, they had a very, very targeted effort at trying to get me on board with them. in high school, which it didn't occur to me at the time. And it was kind of probably very good for me that I was very unengaged, because in grade 11, I went to what was called Youth Parliament. And it was like a 3-day weekend where we would go and we would draft up bills for debate in Parliament, and like would draft a bill legislation. And I remember we did something along the lines of, this is actually funny, because I went with some friends that were Christian as well. We went to propose a bill about education, and this sounded very noble. And at the time I thought, oh, this is great. This is very forward thinking. This is very charitable and very ethical and moral, and hey, we're doing a great thing. And it was to provide an alternative schooling option for at-risk teens by proposing a bill that allowed church-based education to reach out to youths that were identified as at risk of like dropping out or being expelled or something like that. Basically finding vulnerable kids and then like using Christianity to reach out to them. Good intentions, but I wouldn't necessarily advocate for that type of thing these days. Anyway, as part of that, we went to it was done in Parliament House. We actually were in Parliament House, and like would stand up, hit a button, the microphone would raise up, and would debate and yell and shout, and people would be calling shame, shame, and there was like a newsletter every day that would print, and this is funny in retrospect actually, they would print the best roast. So like the best Statler and Waldorf do it. What is it called? Heckle. Like the best heckle of the day and stuff, which kind of says something about the Australian Parliament culture, that it was built into Youth Parliament to sort of teach people to heckle each other if they're on opposing sides, whether they're the government or the opposition. But as part of that, I think everyone's names got sort of not given. That sounds malicious. Obviously, any kid that went to that at the age of 16 or 17 or whatever it was seen as potentially someone that would be politically minded. And so I think the political party that was in power in Hervey Bay, which is where I grew up, was LNP, which is the Conservative Party in Australia. Back then, no fucking idea. No idea who's conservative or who's not conservative, or even if that's a fucking idea. I think the most I knew at that time was that Family First, the Christian party that started in South Australia. I hope they get power. That's sort of as far as I'd gone there. But yeah, I remember this guy, Andrew McNamara is his name. And he reached out in grade 12 to sort of, provide a lot of support and say, if you need anything, let me know. I can get you access to the parliamentary library, yada, yada, yada. And that would have been a really easy doorway, potentially, for someone that was a bit more politically minded than me to sort of get caught up in the conservative pipeline, so to speak. So I think that's really interesting that, I don't know. It feels like it's been a lot harder for me to get to the point where I am now in my politics. Not only can you blame me for funding the chaplains in schools, the first full-time job I ever applied for was school chaplain at my high school that I previously went to. That was like my dream job at one point, but thank God I did not get that job, because that would have been, if I'd gotten a job, a Christian job, I feel like it would have been a lot more work to find myself not in Christianity. Which, I mean, it's trying to say that as an atheist. I don't thank God I'm not a Christian anymore, but it's true. It's true. Oh, Ben Shapiro. Fuck you, man. All right, let's do some media stuff. Do we want to do media stuff? I don't know. We're trying to make this YouTube feed conservative. That's the goal. So I've watched a couple of Shapiro videos. I've watched a bit of Tucker Carlson. The sort of numbers Ben Shapiro gets, I feel okay doing that. I don't feel I'm amplifying his voice at all. Joe Rogan. Try not to laugh. See, it's still. We only made this account like just before we started streaming, whenever that was. And trigonometry. What the fuck? Okay, see, this is why we're making an account that's fresh, so the algorithm doesn't pull from my lefty sensibilities. The truth about porn. Let's go.
So what are some of the big myths about the porn industry that you...
Now, I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure that this is going to be conservative drivel, but I feel like trigonometry, that feels like it might be. And I've not actually seen anyone react to this. This could be like that last time I was live streaming and I did that guy that was like, turns $1 into like $10,000 and it turned out to be really boring. Let's try anyway.
You think are not true?
Oh man.
I'll probably stream for a little while. Until I get bored.
Hello and welcome to Trigonometry. I'm Francis Foster.
I'm Konstantin Kisin.
And this is a show for you if you want honest conversations with fascinating people.
Our brilliant guest today used to be known by her professional name, Eva Lovia. Candice Holbach, welcome to Trigonometry. You are, of course, a former porn actress and now turned podcaster and commentator.
Yes, thank you guys for having me.
Okay, maybe this isn't what I think it was going to be, but let's
it's so good to have you on the show. Listen, before we get into it, I should first of all say you're the only guest where I haven't said I'm a huge fan of your work for obvious reasons. But also tell everybody a little bit about your backstory. Who are you? How are you where you are? What has been your journey through life?
This isn't too long, right?
To be sitting here talking to us.
Oh shit, an hour. I can't do an hour. Bro, killing me. Is this all long form? Vaccine hesitancy explained. Oh god, is this going to be a vaccine stream? The untold way to survive the world of madness. Let's go, Brandon. Fucking triggered, mate. Triggered. Oh my god, the truth about Nazis. An epidemic of narcissism. Is this one of those channels that does like not left, not right, but forward? Cancel culture explained. Holy shit. The truth about trigonometry. Most of these are long videos. That's no good. But how long did it take me to do the Butterfield video? And that was like 12 minutes. The ugly truth about CRT. Fuck. How did CRT become discourse? See, the best porn is OnlyFans because you can sort of make a personal connection with the creators and send them DMs, you know? As long as you tip them on the DM so they read it. Oh, God. I need to get a tier list of like OnlyFans creators. All right, this. I need. They're having a bout. YouTube show and podcast. See, I hate this, but I hate that like when I see this, we believe in open, fact-based discussion of important and controversial issues. I hate that I default to thinking, oh, are you conservative? Like it's a dog whistle, but if there's anything I've learned this last week is that false positives on dog whistles and thinking every time you hear what is a dog whistle, it is like a dog whistle. Like, I don't know. I'm not making much sense here. Fappy old thing. God, the fact that you put old in there, that hurts more than the fappy. All right. Let's go back to our Bob. You don't need a pill if you're done quickly, because that just means you're efficient and you get more time to do other things. I'll just have a few slices of ham before you're ready to go again. USA Today. Controversy Radio. I really don't want to do what's his name? Like, I'm too late for the Dave Chappelle. Yeah. Man, they're dunking on Ethan Klein. The guy is like one of the biggest podcasters out there. And they're going to bitch about his language? About him being able to talk? Like, that's kind of rich. Man, this song's a bop. Gender is a fact. You don't know what gender is if you think it's a fact in that context, anyway. Oh, okay, sorry. I just remembered there was a fucking Jordan Peterson. Is it on his channel? Fuck, he's got 4.4 million. These people want us to believe they're cancelled for their opinions. Like what kind of fucking bizarre world do we live in? It's time to live. I tell you what, sorry, side note. I've got new headphones and they're so fucking amazing. Right. Previously when I would stream, if I forgot to turn off my Bluetooth to my phone, because my old headphones, where are they? Are they here? Okay, I don't know where my old headphones are, but my old headphones, if I connect to my computer through Bluetooth, which is how they would connect because I, was lazy. If I didn't disconnect it from my phone, if I got a message on my phone, because it was also connected by Bluetooth, it would interrupt my stream to what I could hear anyway, to tell me that there was something happening on my phone. And it was really frustrating me. But now I've got these actual computer headphones, so not Bose, which are not meant to be used, or they're not great on computer, where now my music and everything I'm listening to on my computer, and if my phone makes a noise, comes through at the same time. It's so natural. I fucking love it. It means that if I'm watching a YouTube video on my phone and I sit at my computer at my desk, I don't need to. It's great. Anyway, it's a Epos H3 Pro Hybrid. Don't look up how much they cost. Plus that's a flex. Okay. This thumbnail on the top right, God, Christ, Ianity, that is a war crime. Like that. Look, and it's here, Kana Dian. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Tour. I mean, I've seen people do that tour stuff. Why does he talk about God so much? I'm sure Peterson is not a Christian. The Four Horsemen of Meaning. What? 2 hours. It was advice on work. God, it triggered me. Emotional. Yeah, I've used Bose like that for literally years. Like, when was the last time I had a computer headset? That was good. Like, probably 6 years ago was the last time I consistently had a good computer headset. And then it was a wireless one. And it used like the same batteries that used to be used in, I think, Motorola phones or something. So technically, if, it started to die, I could replace it. It was like a fucking $500 pair of headphones. But like at one point I was like, shit, why can't I get this battery out of the charger? And it had basically blown up. Not blown up, but like expanded, bulged, and that was the end of the headset. And after that, I'd bought the Bose Quiet Comforts. And I was like, these are $400 headphones for my mobile phone. Sure, it's over Bluetooth, but that should be good enough for a PC. And I've just done that ever since. But yeah. If you hate Jordan Peterson, God damn. I think Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson are doing an interview soon too. Okay, why can't I've seen videos where people have already reacted to this. This year? Here we go. It will give you goosebumps. Pursuit of Me. Wait, is that his thought-provoking speech? Is this his channel or is this a fan channel? Delivered in tears. You're the image of God. Act like one. Is he a Christian now? Don't do this if you marry a witchy woman. The true sacrifice required by God. Look at these pictures. This was all one photo shoot. And like, it kind of triggers me that he's like done this one photo shoot and clearly he's been directed. Now, look up as if you're seeing a revelation from God, and then like look over your shoulder like you're gesturing back to people so they can follow you and, you know, follow in your footsteps as you lead them. Like, these are all the same photo shoot. All right. It's 9 minutes. Jordan Peterson, epic speech. All right, okay. I have not seen this one. The emotional Goosebumps one, that's one I had seen, but let's go.
Dostoevsky said that in Notes from the Underground, a great, great book. And, you know, he said, I love this. It was his an early criticism of the notion of a political utopia. He said, look, if you gave people everything they wanted, they had nothing to eat but cake, and nothing to do but sit in warm pools and busy themselves with the continuation of the species. That was his lines. That the first thing they would do, well, maybe after the first week, was like go kind of half insane and smash everything up just so that something that they didn't expect would happen, so that they'd have something interesting to do. And it's so right, because, you know...
Sigma male stock footage.
The utopian notion that if you just had all the material stuff you wanted, that you'd be, well, what would you be? What would you do? Would you just sit on the couch and watch TV? I mean, you'd be, I don't know what, you'd be cutting yourself. Just.
This is what, it is so easy to construct a scarecrow and to attack a scarecrow. Rather than attack the ideas that ostensibly you're pushing against. Now, in this clip, who knows if he'll actually say it out loud? Probably won't, because I think Peterson's good at one thing, and he's good at oration where he says things in such a way that there's a lot of nuance where people can put in meaning that is meaningful to them in the gaps that he leaves open for you. Now here, though, what's sort of striking me at this is that he's constructed a utopia where people have nothing to do. And remarking on how that's bad, how if you end up in a life with no stimulation, no challenge, nothing to strive for, that ultimately you may feel unfulfilled, which... You know, I'm pretty sure I know some people I'd be okay with that, and certainly there are people I would not be okay with that. But the question is, in giving this speech and setting up this hypothetical, what conclusion or what ideology is he trying to get people to draw from? The only thing that's even closely or remotely relevant to this when it comes to sort of political engagement is whether or not people should have their material needs met in order to allow them to focus on living their life. So we talk about basics like food, shelter, education, healthcare. I don't know any serious political movement that's working towards getting people to the point where they have access to all things that would make them not willing to work, as opposed to getting access to just the things they need to live. So you look at things like the most out there example, and out there is probably not the right word, but the most, I guess, salient example of potentially what he's looking at is maybe, you know, someone might say, hey, a universal basic income, I think that would be a great foundation for society to build itself upon, to provide people with stability in order to help them achieve what they want to achieve with their life. Now, is a universal basic income the same as living in a utopia where you can just sit in front of your TV, don't have to do anything, and you get bored, and so you start to smash things up? Well, no, that's not what that means, because you might be on a universal basic income, you might have, you know, enough food to live, you might be able to look after any health issues you have, but can you go and buy a PlayStation 5? Can you go visit Japan? Can you do the things that you're interested in? Can you focus on your hobbies like photography, or can you pick up some arts or painting or anything like that, or do you need to maybe do something else to pad out your life and stuff? And I think that's the most accurate read of what the opponents to a lot of Jordan Peterson's philosophy is to look at, well, no, we just want to meet people's needs, and then they can engage how they want to engage in society to deal with their wants. But that's not what they present as the argument, or present as the let's not put words in his mouth, let's keep listening.
Just for entertainment and no time flat, and that's the sort of thing that people do. So we're not adapted for security and utopia. We're adapted for a...
See, what does that mean? We're not adapted for security and utopia. I don't believe that means anything. I believe that is an example of a Jordan Peterson. It's a phrase that is said in such a way that it sounds meaningful and it sounds deep, but it's not. Is it deepity when people say something that sounds deep, but really it means nothing? We're not adapted for... what are you fucking crazy? We're literally adapted for security, and that we live in a community. We're a communal species because of the security it provides.
Certain amount of security because we are vulnerable, but
and he
mostly
immediately
we want to have one foot out where we don't know what the hell is going on, because that's where you're alert and alive and tense and with it. And I believe this, and I believe it actually has something to do with the
more accurately, I think my face moisturizer got in my eyes.
Hemispheric structure of the physiology of your brain, is it? Because the right hemisphere looks roughly adapted to what you don't know, and the left hemisphere, this is an oversimplification.
Yes, it's an oversimplification.
Is adapted to the world.
That oversimplification is only useful as an anecdote to support your argument. It is not useful for anything else.
You do know, and the right place for you to be is halfway between them. Because and you can tell that. That's what's so cool. And this tells you that this is actually reality that's manifesting itself to you. That sense of active engagement you have in the...
I'm lost. What is he talking about?
I don't know what the hell is going on, because that's where you're alert and alive and tense and with it. And I believe this, and I believe it actually has something to do with the hemispheric structure of the physiology of your brain.
The fuck is he going on about?
The right hemisphere looks roughly adapted to what you don't know, and the left hemisphere, this is an oversimplification, but a useful one, is adapted to the world that you do know, and the right place for you to be is halfway between them. Because and you can tell that. That's what's so cool. And this tells you that this is actually reality that's manifesting itself to you. That sense of active engagement you have in the world when things are working well for you, where you should be at the right time. You're alert and on top of things and engaged, and you don't have much of a sense of time, and the sense of the tragedy of life sort of recedes, and that's when you've got one foot where it's secure and one foot out in the unknown. And your brain signals to you that you're in the right place by making what you're doing meaningful.
Okay, a lot of that I can't follow. He's just on a different level. Oh my god, my eyes. But the idea of 1 foot out while 1 foot's secure, literally what I said before about meeting your needs so that you can go out and seek your wants. Socialist Peterson, confirmed.
And that sense of meaning is actually a neurophysiological signal that you've got the forces of the cosmos properly balanced in your being at that moment. And that's why it feels so good. And then, well, what else could it possibly be? I mean, our brain is capable of looking beyond our vision. That's what it's for. And that sense of engagement, there's no reason to assume that that's anything but a real signal. And you can reduce it. You could say, well, the problem with being where you know only is that you don't know everything, and that's going to be a problem in the future. And the problem with being where you know nothing is that's just too much, man. You go into panic mode, and because anything can happen there and you can't handle it. So you got to mediate between those two things. You want to be secure enough so that your physiology isn't revving out of control.
This is nothing.
And you want to be out there in the unknown enough so that you keep updating yourself constantly. And that's the place where information flow is maximized. And you know that because that's where you are when you're having a really
This is to make 2022 the most remarkable year of your life. He hasn't given any advice.
Interesting conversation with someone, or you're gripped by a book, or you're really into a movie, or maybe something that you do as a, apart from your work, or maybe even in your work, you're into it. And that's because you are in the right place at the right time, and your whole nervous system is signaling that to you. And I would say that's the sort of place that you should be all the time. Of course, you can't be because no one's perfect, but that's the recreation of paradise on earth. It's something like it. Because
he's mixing his signals, because he talks about like your nervous system signaling to you you're in the right place, and then starts talking about like paradise on earth. Fucking hell.
You are in the right place at the right time when that is happening. And so we're mobile creatures, right? We need to know where we're going. Because
this feels like this has been cut from a different speaking engagement. The texture of that sounds different.
And so we're mobile creatures, right? We need to know where we're going, because all we're ever concerned about, roughly speaking, is where we're going. That's what we need to know. Where are we going? What are we doing, and why?
Oh God, make it make sense.
The way that we're constructed neurophysiologically is that we don't experience any positive emotion unless we have.
I might be wrong, but like, couldn't you just say neurologically? Like, isn't it implicit in a neurological sense that it is speaking of the physiology of the brain? Like neurophysiological, isn't that just like redundant information being added in? Again, it is to add gravitas to the words that I'm lost. Oh my God.
Have an aim, and we can see ourselves progressing towards that aim. It isn't precisely attaining the aim that makes us happy. As you all know, if you've ever attained anything, because as soon as you attain it, then the whole little game ends. Then you have to come up with another game, right? So it's Sisyphus, and that's okay, but it does show that the attainment can't be the thing that drives you, because it collapses.
God, I love this stock footage. I fucking love it. Oh my God. There's no watermark, right? Someone paid for this.
Is the game. That's what happens when you graduate from university. It's like you're king of the mountain for one day, and then you're like surf at Starbucks for the next 5 years, you know? So
fuck the workers.
Yeah. So what happens is that human beings are weird creatures, because we're much more activated by having an aim and moving towards it than we are by attainment. And what that means is you have to have an aim, and that means you have to have an interpretation.
I mean, that infers that there are people that just get attainment without having an aim, but like you can't attain anything without aiming for anything. Like this advice is meaningless. This advice has no...
It also means that the nobler the aim, that's one way of thinking about it, the better your life. And that's a really interesting thing to know, because, you know, you've heard ever since you were tiny.
This is the same person that advocates for you not doing anything to try and make the world a better place until you clean your room. Let's just contextualize this, that Jordan Peterson, if he doesn't agree with your aim or your idea, then he will try and disenfranchise you from enacting on that aim and getting apparently meaning from that, because you need to sort your life out and you don't know better than the experts.
That you should act like a good person, and you shouldn't lie, for example. And you might think, well, why the hell should I act like a good person, and why not lie? I mean, even a 3-year-old can ask that question, because smart kids learn to lie earlier, by the way. And they think, well, why not twist the fabric of reality?
See, kids that learn to lie, they're not smart because they learn to lie. Like, see, this is interesting, because I think he's providing a fact there without the context to try and substantiate the idea that, you know, the logic of the world will lead you to lie, because that's, you know, there's a certain amount of intelligence that is required for that. But no, smart kids learn to lie early, because smart kids start to understand that there is a point of view that exists outside of their own perception. So there's like tests done on children. I say tests done on children, that sounds really sinister. There have been studies done with kids to sort of determine at what point in development kids start to develop the cognitive understanding that the experience they have of the world is not the same as the experience other people have of the world. So that at an early age, a child will assume that any knowledge they have is shared by anybody else, because they think everyone knows the same thing, because that's what they know. And it's when kids start to understand that, hey, just because I know something doesn't mean another person knows it, that's when they start lying. They start trying to deceive people, not out of any malicious or ill or sinful intent, but they you know, they see that they can try and get something that they want by not giving people all the facts that they understand. And that's why it's an indicator of intelligence, not because it's about twisting reality or, you know, any nefarious things. Like, I just...
So that it serves your specific short-term needs. I mean, that's a great question. Why not do that? Why act morally? If you can get away with something, and it...
We act morally because we can't get away with something, and we understand that even if we did get away with it, we wouldn't want someone to do the immoral thing with us on the receiving end of it. So if we don't do it even when we don't get caught, we hope that other people reciprocate and also don't do it when they wouldn't get caught, and collectively that creates a positive outcome. That's why. Easy.
It brings you closer to something you want. Well, why not do it? These are
we
good
are for
questions.
collective
It's not
benefits,
self-evident.
not for self-benefits.
Well, it seems to me tied in with what I just mentioned. It's like you destabilize yourself and things become chaotic. That's not good. And if you don't have a noble aim, then you have nothing but...
Phobic of the flight? Like you don't like planes? Or is it something else? I miss planes so much. I really do. I'm terrified of heights, but for some reason, planes, I fucking love them. When I was 10, I think, I used to get a plane back and forwards between family members. And back in those days, see, this was like in the mid to late 90s. So when you were flying solo as a child, like under the age of 15, they called me Master because that's the Mr. for young boys, apparently. And on top of that, it meant that I could get on the plane first and get off the plane last. But also, there was this one particular occasion. There was a couple occasions, but one particular occasion where the pilots actually invited me into the cockpit at the... Was it takeoff or landing? I think it was landing. So I got to sit, because there's a little fold-down chair between the two pilots. And they'd basically, any kids that were flying solo, they would invite them into the cockpit. And so there was like a landing in Hobart that I got to see at night time from the cockpit point of view. And it was amazing. And I think I've just loved flights ever since. They don't let you do that these days. I can say that for sure. Oh, God, Jordan Peterson.
Shallow, trivial pleasures, and they don't sustain you. And that's not good because life stabilize yourself and things become chaotic. These are good questions. It's not self-evident. Well, it seems to me tied in with what I just mentioned. It's like you destabilize yourself and things become chaotic. That's not good. And if
And that's interesting that, like, the answer to the question for Jordan Peterson of why not lie and deceive other people so you can get your aims, and his answer to that is not because it harms others, but it's because it destabilizes yourself for some nebulous reason. I know my answer technically was like, hey, we don't lie to each other because if we do that, then people don't lie to us. Technically, that's a selfish reason, but it's a selfish reason that respects that by, you know, providing outcomes to all of us, we provide outcomes to ourselves. And I think that filter makes all the difference versus this is just like this esoteric, if you tell lies, you destabilize yourself.
you don't have a noble aim, then you have nothing but shallow, trivial pleasures, and they don't sustain you. And that's not good because life is so difficult, it's so much suffering, it's so complex. It ends and everyone dies and it's painful. It's like without a noble aim, how can you withstand any of that? You can't. You become desperate, and once you become desperate, things go from bad to worse very rapidly when you become desperate. And so there's the idea of the noble aim, and it's not something. It's something that's necessary. It's the bread that people cannot live without, right? That's not physical bread. It's
God. It's God. He's a Christian. Is he? He must be a Christian by now. There's too many Christian illusions in here.
Noble aim. And what is that? Well, it's to pay attention. It's to speak properly. It's to confront chaos. It's to make a better world. It's something like that. And that's enough of a noble aim so that you can stand up without, cringing at the very thought of your own existence, so that you can do something that's worthwhile to justify your wretched position on the planet.
Man, the way I've heard Jordan Peterson talk about how wretched and terrible the internal self is, like, you going through some stuff, dude. Like, do you need to talk to someone? Like, seriously. Like, a Turkish bath? I think there's a joke there because you've put that in quotes. So I'm not necessarily going to answer that in earnest. I'm going to, yeah.
Planet. And whatever it is that is you has this capacity to experience reality and to transform it, which is a very strange thing. You know, you can conceptualize a future in your imagination, and then you can work and make that manifest. You participate in the process of creation. That's an amazing idea because it gives...
This is garbage. Garbage.
The bizarre sort. We've been around for...
This is a mix of speeches. This is not all the same speech. The audio changes at least 3 times. Yeah, good luck with it. Xanax, I have heard about that solution to the problem before. It's sort of hard to sort of give advice on it, but you know, a fear is a fear. Like when it comes to normal heights, like I can't deal with like just heights. That like there was even like I don't want to call them a mountain because it wasn't a mountain, but it wasn't a hill either. But there were like bluffs in Edinburgh where there's quite narrow trails with like quite steep inclines on either side, and that would sort of give me a feeling of vertigo. And I think it was the Old Man in what's the name of the island? Isle of Skye? No. Anyway, not important. And I couldn't make it to the top because there was a bit of the bluff I couldn't like get myself across because it was just a bit too much. So. Oh, okay. See, flying high. I don't know. I was gonna in earnest say, well, I'll go to Japanese baths and everyone's naked. So I'd probably do a Turkish bath too by that justification. Like that video was nothing. That was nothing. God, I wish I knew if this was like a legitimate channel or if it's just a fan channel. It's.
I talk a lot to my audiences about...
Hey, no stock footage.
...what I believe to be incontrovertible facts. And it's cast in tragedy. Well, who do you admire? Or we could start by who...
I don't want to watch him cry. If you've been cheated on, what the fuck? Alright, well, we're feeding our algorithm quite well. Yeah, so I know he went through a lot of tough times with a substance addiction. I think it was benzo, something like that. I tweeted something and I made some comment about it before I knew that. Like I knew he went through like some addiction and had some pretty significant treatment for it. But I made a joke about benzo in relation to Jordan Peterson without realizing benzo was what he had the issue with, and I deleted that tweet pretty quickly. I doubt anyone would have seen it because I felt bad about it. And like the thing is, like I'm incredibly empathetic to that struggle. What I struggle with is that Jordan Peterson has made a name for himself by pushing back against people who want to make the world a better place. Like it feels like his position in the online space is to squash people from seeking to make changes to society, because the almost entirety of his catalog is around how you take personal responsibility for the self. And now intuitively, it sounds really nice to be like, you know what, you're responsible for your life. You need to make decisions. You need to do this. You need to do that. But when it comes down to it, he uses that as an excuse to tell people why they shouldn't be listened to, or they shouldn't be, advocating for this social cause or that social cause. Like it really does come back down to like, clean your room and let the adults talk. Kind of seems to like it feels like the message he's telling. He like that's his message. It's crazy. The heights being drawn to the edge. I experienced that. I think as vertigo, where you feel like I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna fall. Like I wouldn't say scarred, I guess, but I remember going to camp when I was a kid, and there'd be that tower that's like 15 meters high and everyone's abseiling down it, and I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. I always think it'd be nice to do ropes because where was I? Do I have a picture? There's a staircase, Kuala Lumpur. There's a temple on a mountain in Kuala Lumpur. What was it called? Batu Caves, that's it. The Batu Caves. Fantastic, but holy shit, was that a hard staircase to climb. Where's a good picture? Is that full screen? No. Where's a better picture? Screw it. That's no good picture. And the view image. So this is a very small part of the staircase that leads up to the Batu Caves, and they are no joke. They're like it feels like climbing a ladder in some places, and like that's such a small. Maybe that's not the right amount. Like they're huge. It's like literally you look back and you think, you know what? If I fall, I'm gonna die. And there's all these people here. How do people do this? Here we go. Oh, great, fantastic, good job, Google. Thank you. But yeah, it's quite high. In the end, it would have been quicker to bring up my photos. All right, so how is our conservative YouTube channel analytics going so far? Wisdom Talks. The decline of the American Empire. That's a Rogan clip. Aussie Man Reviews.
It's time for some record.
Aussie Man Reviews. I don't see many Aussie creators. Okay, it just seems like a bit of a meme channel. Speedboat Crash. Great. Top quality content, mate. What women don't understand about men 2 years ago. That's an old meme. Fuck it. Ben Shapiro's come up a few times.
August of 2020.
I know the massive thinker, Ben Shapiro, his best content recently, and we've done this in the previous live stream as well, so I'm sort of at risk of becoming a bit of a one-trick pony here. But like his most hottest takes is to respond to children on TikTok as if he is debunking his opponents in the realm of discourse. Note that he never deals with the ideas, but we'll see. Unfortunately, he likes to really go for the clicks, and he'll split it into shorts. So we need to find the actual video. Oh god, the anti-vax Barbie skit. This is Australian No, it's not Australian. I was thinking this. Here we go. Insane woke TikToks. So today, okay, hang on. All right, so today on Ben Shapiro debating the most. Today on Ben Shapiro versus children, we're going to look at Ben Shapiro react to insane woke TikToks. This is just going to be 9 minutes and 37 seconds of Ben Shapiro claiming he doesn't understand someone who has pronouns that don't match the gender they are assigned at birth, neo-pronouns, and also he's not going to understand non-heteronormative expressions of affection between people. I think we're going to see a lot of that over the next 9 minutes.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
Oh no.
Insanity is doing the exact same.
I hate that Ben Shapiro's editing. I don't know if he's always done this and I've just never watched these videos, or if he's just trying to lean into the meme trope that he thinks YouTube's on at the moment, where like you splice in pop culture references all the time, where he's like realistically probably like what 4 or 5 years behind that trend. So he's a bit behind, but hey, Far Cry, let's go. He's with it. He knows what the kids are into. It's already been on sale on Steam for 50% off, so it must be fresh.
Over and over again, expecting to change.
Oh my god, this is terrifying.
That is crazy.
Cringe.
Alrighty, folks.
He looks like he's already been watching him. Look at his face. I don't know why Ben Shapiro, he makes me happier than the others.
We're back. It's a new year, and my producers have not stopped the torture in the new year. We are going to be analyzing some woke TikTok videos yet.
If he analyzes a single one, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do it. If he analyzes.
Yet again, it's 2022. The torture continues. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN.
Oh, that was a quick ad.
That can't be real. There's no way that's real.
What does he think? That's clearly someone.
Greetings, Earthling.
Okay, I don't think that's the woke culture taking itself seriously.
Name is Darth Vader. I come from the planet Vulcan. Yeah, man. New York. They say there's Florida Man. New York Man is worse than Florida Man. It is not close.
New York! Did he analyze? He didn't analyze anything there, right? Baby! What did... Elmer did something recently, and it's something to do with rocks. I haven't watched it though, but yeah.
We're gonna get it soon! And then we can play! Yay! I'm so excited!
Is that a TikTok? That's not the right format. That's not the right ratio. Unless they've cropped it and it was a 4:3, in which case it was probably a YouTube video being converted to.
We'll get to play together when it's done. The shot! We will get to play together when it's done. The shot! We will get to play together.
This is terrifying.
We will get to play together.
Ben is not the React content creator, that's for sure.
Together, we will get to play together when it's done. The shot!
That
as a CDC, all right,
is terrifying. Who made that? That's terrifying.
It said it. CDC.
It's a person from Instagram. For a second, I thought it was just actually made by the CDC.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything less geared toward not scaring children than that?
But wait. It was Instagram. This was insane. Have they already run out of insane work TikToks? There is a lot of fucking TikToks out there. So if they have run out, then maybe the woke TikToks aren't as insane as they like to claim.
Pennywise the Clown. We will get to play together after you get the shot. There's a shiny balloon. What was that?
Sick analysis, bro.
Hi, my name's Becca. I'm the host of the system. Hi, I'm Bella. I don't really know what role I have in the system because I am a new alter, so... Hello, my name is Rosa. I am the caretaker of the system. What's up? It's Jamie. I'm the primary protector of the system. We took our meds a while ago, so I am groggy. Hi, my name's Vega. I am the sexual protector of the system. Hey, I'm Kai. I am a trauma holder and gatekeeper for the system. I work very closely with another alter, Nick. Hell yeah! who is an internal caretaker, he does not really front.
This is a diagnosable mental disorder. It is also
ableism, Ben, is not the move. Oh boy.
Incredibly rare. So either this person has a deep, abiding mental disorder that should not be on TikTok, or this person is just mimicking having a deep, abiding mental disorder, which probably is another form of mental disorder.
Or they're role-playing. There's another option out there, Ben.
Classic cry for attention.
Honestly, I can't even laugh at that because that is so deeply disturbing on every level. There's a person who needs help, and instead they will get lols and clicks on TikTok. It's amazing. You know, as a society, we...
Okay, they did blur out the username. Although, let's be real, he has put this person who he is saying needs help and shouldn't be getting lols and clicks on TikTok, and he's doing that on YouTube.
Honestly, I can't even laugh at that because that is so
Your audience
deeply
will, Ben.
disturbing on every level. There's a person who needs help, and instead they will get lols and clicks on TikTok. It's amazing. You know, as a society, we had 200 years ago, 150 years ago, circus freaks. And
Oh, Ben. That's a good question, Joe. Is like, if people do have a diagnosable mental condition, what's the right wording? Anyway, but like, why shouldn't they still be able to express themselves on social media? Like, why should it be stigmatized to the point where Ben's like, she shouldn't be on TikTok, she should be getting help, not getting lols? Like, people shouldn't be relating to that, people shouldn't be seeing that, and that shouldn't be normalized. Like, that's crazy. And now he's put circus freaks
were people who were different than everybody else, and you would literally pay at the circus to see them. And then we realized as a society, this is very bad, and we shouldn't really be doing this because after all, these are people...
We shouldn't be doing this because why, Ben? Now, Ben, I would say we shouldn't do it because instead we should normalize accepting people that are different from what we expect as, or, you know, what society deems as normal, and that they should just be integrated into society and just exist as they are themselves. But I suspect Ben's going to medicalize this to the point where they should be treated so that they can function in society, not that society should be able to function with them inclusively. Not saying not to get treatment and stuff, like obviously that's all part of it, but we need to accept people that are at all parts of their journey when it comes to being healthy, both physically and mentally.
Very often who are suffering, who have some sort of condition, and honestly, nobody should be treated with pure laughter just because of a condition that they cannot control. And now it seems like we are directly back to the circus?
Sorry, she posted that, Ben. That's her account. Like that's not the circus. That's not people using the self-expression. If you're different, is not on Ben's 2022 list of things that are okay. That is too insane and too work for Ben. Is to express yourself while you are. You know, if we take his reading that person has a has a mental issue that they need help with, that they should not express themselves until they've got that help.
Because people are posting their own stuff on TikTok for the lols and the clicks and the attention. We have gone quite downhill in this society over the course of the last 20 years in the name of diversity, tolerance, and acceptance.
Yeah, don't accept the mentally ill. Don't tolerate them. Don't look at them. Don't see them. No visibility. Yeah, but like you're not creative unless you've got depression, right? That's a joke, but like, yeah.
We'll get to more woke TikTok in just one moment. First, ever your person's online because of data. All I have to do is go on over to the phones. Go check them out. IT/.
But damn it, did it start in
VPN.com/BenYT.
Man, I didn't think 2022 was gonna start off this dope. But damn it, did it start off awesome. Watch this.
Unironically, I like that TikTok. So what's Ben gonna say? Ben's gonna be, this is big. Okay, to be fair, at least Ben's not picking on people for their gender or their pronouns so far this episode. So I was wrong by the looks of it. But now, this is serious. We can't laugh at big tech censorship. They're silencing dissenting voices and creating echo chambers. Let's go, Ben. He's angry. Look at it.
That is a person who is very enthusiastic about a Twitter suspension. I'm not sure that I've ever seen another human being as happy as that, which means that this person is really kind of sad. First of all, good indicator this person has bad judgment is that he has a poster from the M. Night Shyamalan movie Signs behind him.
I'm losing my mind!
Yeah, good analysis.
That's an odd movie pick. But beyond that, why are you so excited about Marjorie Taylor Greene being suspended?
Because she spreads bigotry and anti-Semitism and racism and white supremacy and just generally misinformation about the fucking COVID vaccine and about general safety measures and compares things to the Holocaust. There's a few reasons. We could discuss any one of those if you like in more detail.
I've never been that excited about anything that's happened online ever in my entire life, and I spend half of my life online. Wow.
All right, so I'm at the store trying to shop right now.
No pictures in the store, please.
Oh, it's not a picture, it's a video.
Sir, you would not keep your mask up. Now it is up for the video.
No,
only.
here.
Please leave the store.
I was trying to smell these candles here to shop at Dollarama here. As I pull my mask down to smell,
your mask up!
And now I have another guy yelling at me over here to put my mask up. Unbelievable, man.
Bring that mask down.
I literally was trying to smell a candle.
You were inaccurate to him, and then you were abusive to me.
Your
That's it.
staff
You are
started
being
shouting at
abusive,
me.
actually, and so is your staff
Literally.
screaming at him.
We need to leave.
Okay, so Canada.
That's not a work TikTok. That's a.
First of all, you see that Canadian flag right there? Yeah. We need to invade our neighbor to the north to reestablish freedom. We'll be.
I see he's been talking to Candace Owens about invading Commonwealth countries.
Rooted as liberators.
They're not even a real country anyway.
So the guy smelled a candle and people are yelling. People have lost their minds. They've absolutely lost their minds. They've lost it. I would guarantee you that the guy who's yelling at him about masking is quadruple vaxxed, quintuple vaxxed, sextuple.
I guarantee that anyone that's been working in retail over the last few years and anyone that even worked in retail generally before the COVID vaccine has every justification for yelling at customers over stupid shit, for being at the end of their tether, for being under the types of pressure they're under, for having, potentially their job at risk because of the effects of, COVID that have been occurring over the last couple of years. And not only that, but like the heightened level of aggression and stress that even the customers are under and taking that out on workers, because it's very easy for us to get very angry at service workers for some reason. Like, I don't know what it is that dehumanizes them so effectively to us. Like, even I've been subject to it. Like, I came across, I kind of woke up to my own behavior about, 6 months ago or something, when I found myself, I was at a Starbucks, I know, right? I like good coffee too, but I also like my gingerbread lattes and my pumpkin spice lattes. I think it was actually this PSL season, so it would have been like, October, September this year, whatever it is. And I was waiting for a Starbucks. Let's say a pumpkin spice latte for the sake of the story. I had paid for it, walked across the other side, and I sort of have this sort of rule that I'll judge by the group of people waiting or the group of people in line at the register whether or not I've got the patience for it. Because I hate standing in line. I hate waiting for things. If Starbucks is busy, I'll happily go somewhere else. Fine, no issue of mine. But I remember ordering and then going across to the counter and waiting. And there wasn't that many people waiting, but I was sort of watching and just waiting for them to make the coffee and stuff. And the baristas behind, they weren't moving with the urgency that I felt they should be working with. And they stopped and had a quick chatter about something, which wasn't work related, but they still paused to have a quick, I'm not saying they sat down for 5 minutes. I'm literally talking like 30 seconds. They, exchanged a few words. And I remember thinking, what the fuck? I'm waiting for my coffee. Like, you can do this on your own time. Where's my coffee? Can you hurry up? Like, I'm sitting here waiting. I've paid. I'm a customer. And it dawned on me at, ripe old age that I am, that holy shit, like if I was still in retail And like, I was denied the space to have a quick 10-15 second discussion with a colleague as I'm going about my duties. Like, how dehumanizing and how demeaning that would make me feel. That like my attention and focus must be 100%, otherwise it's considered to be bad customer service, or that I'm not respecting the customer, and I need to divest myself of these such human things like emotion and camaraderie and you know, just the normal human interactions with my colleagues. And I think that's what really struck me about, you know, the way that we dehumanize service, like hospitality and retail staff. So I see a video like that and like, you know what, it's not okay the way they yelled at him. You know, the things that we can see as facts is what we see on the video. But what's also a fact is we only see the video that the person who filmed it decided to share and upload. And so, you know, we don't know how confrontational he was when he was first asked. We don't know whether or not, and I would make a guess that when he was asked, "Oh, can you keep your mask up, sir?" that he was like, "Well, no, I've got to smell this candle," and decided that him being able to smell the candle was more important than, you know, potentially just making life a little bit easier for the service staff there. And you know what? If you're not going to buy a candle, you can't smell it. It's fair enough. Just don't buy the candle. Instead, he had to make a big scene about it, upload the video to, was it even TikTok? And yeah, apparently that all gets insane. Whoa.
Couple vaxxed, infinity vaxxed, and they're all freaking out for no reason at all.
They might be freaking out for reasons unrelated to that interaction, and that interaction is the straw that breaks the camel's back. And that's how we humanize people that are in those industries.
Again, because the evidence when it comes to some of these masks is scanty, and beyond that, you're not, like, how's he supposed to smell your candle? Again, it's his store. He can do what he wants. Also, that guy is disconnected from reality. That store owner is disconnected from reality.
How do we know if it's the owner? Okay, no.
Oh, no.
I don't know if I was clear the first time when I said it, so I'll be clear again this time.
Okay.
My gender is...
Oh.
And my
Any
pronouns are...
I mean, okay.
He couldn't help himself, could he? He could not help himself.
Okay.
This is maybe the only time in human history where I will say I will use the alternative pronoun, because it does seem as though you are a demon. Honestly, more of this. More of this in public society, because I want to know who the insane people around me are. If I see a resume and it says Bob Smith, preferred pronouns, then I know.
Commit. If you're going to go, commit, Ben. Don't just go,
who not to hire. So thank you for selecting out of our employment pool. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
I'm pretty sure gender's like a protected attribute in Australia, so that would actually be illegal, Ben. But thanks for anyway. And it's amazing when Ben Shapiro decides not to acknowledge satire. Like, imagine seeing that TikTok and going, you know, I'm going to play this straight. I'm going to analyze it as if this is exactly what this person means on the face of it. And not, you know, analyze it for some deeper meaning where, you know, maybe they're, you know, maybe there's something else to the TikTok, and, you know, maybe looking at some of their other content would give you a bit of insight into what they're actually, you know, expressing. Fuck me. Oh my god.
They're all fake tweets. Bend over. Now look at the next one. CNN's throwing out fake Twitter names. Mike long. This is CNN. You think that they'd have someone screening this shit? Who's this one? I need a black man. What the f***?
Is that real? If that's real, then, yeah, CNN, most trusted name in news.
What the fuck? If it's real and CNN gets trolled, they can't be a trustworthy news source. Unlike the Daily
You know what? You can kiss my behind. I do not care.
They're great at this. Wow. Good stuff happening over at CNN.
How does he blame CNN for that? Like, let's face it, CNN probably have people just as good as Ben Shapiro at doing the internet, and like, they get fucking trolled. Now, come on.
So, broad takeaway.
I mean, if we take Ben at his face, he's taken TikToks already in this particular video at face value and treated them as if they're being genuine. So, I mean, he's fallen for the same thing.
Why? Why, God? Why?
Why?
Every day we stray further from God's light. Now, there have been rumors that TikTok is basically just a Chinese front to destroy the West. Well, let's put it this way. If it were a Chinese front to destroy the West, would it look any different than it looks right now? Because my God. Alrighty, well, if you enjoyed watching me suffer, then leave...
Oh, thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Benjamin. Oh, boy. Channel 4, I'm guessing that's UK. Jordan Peterson debate. I got to break out of the Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro. God, it's all Jordan Peterson now. We watch too much Peterson. Tucker Carlson. So, there's probably something that bears a bit of work on my end, and that is establishing, like, why do I look at American figures when it comes to conservatism so often, and not Australian necessarily? And there's a pretty easy answer for that, and the answer is that we import all of our politics and our discussions from America. So our Conservative Party is currently the party that is the government, right? At the federal level, they are the ones that are in control. And over the last 2 years, we have dealt with freedom of religion in terms of protecting people that are religious. If they were to say things like people who are gay are going to go to hell, and protecting them from losing their jobs for that. So, for example, Israel Folau was a football player who, I think it was Instagram, he tweeted out a post that was like, gays, atheists, trans, like a whole collection of people, including a bunch of protected attributes, and basically tweeted out saying that they're going to hell. Like, they're sinners and God's going to judge them and they're going to go to hell. Now, as is a footballer, being a sports person in Australia means that you're basically a god as far as our country is concerned, because we've got an addiction to sport. And the football, I don't even know what league he played for because I'm not a sports person myself, but the basically football group, whatever, determined that, hey, we don't support that, we don't stand for those values, and we don't want our player, like, we don't accept players who espouse those values. And they basically said, right, that's it, that's the end of your contract, we're not interested in working with you anymore because you don't, promote the same values that we promote as a organization. That set off the whole discourse on religious freedom in Australia. And so that's something that our Conservative Party has latched onto. We have latched onto voter ID laws. So we have a Conservative Party that has started looking at how to get voter ID laws into Australia. Now, we already have mandatory voting, which means that when we go to vote, we need to provide our personal details to the person at the register, who will then correlate those details and tick us off as having voted, and then we get to vote. So there's already security around that, and there's been no, again, much like in America, there's been no cases of actual voter fraud that would indicate that any time, effort, or money needs to go into that. We have had an emphasis on military spending, so we spent extra money on nuclear submarines with the US after cancelling a deal with France, and apparently we just bought tanks as well. So there's that military focus that we have. There's the anti-censorship big tech laws. So we have a government that is currently working on getting social media that is over a certain amount to be required to actually take the details of all its users, so that if I say something that someone considers defamatory, they can sue me directly. And if social media companies don't do that, then they can get sued. And also we've had the, what was it? It was just in my head. it was tangential to the social media thing. Shit. Oh, this is going to bug me now. But basically, they continually import the issues that the Republican Party in America seems to highlight. We seem to get a version of it here in Australia. Now, unfortunately, I think it's unfortunate. Unfortunately, in Australia, because our, say, Democrat/Labor versus Conservative /LNP, because we don't have people divided so stringently along, well, I'm a registered Democrat or I'm a registered Republican. There's a lot lower level discourse that goes on with it. So I don't think everyone necessarily realizes how much of our politics stems from the American culture war. But yeah, we definitely have that link. And a good example I came across today for that is one of the people that is on the far right in Australian media landscape is a guy called Avi Yemeni, who I think is the founder of Rebel News, and he stylizes himself as like a alternative media platform, like a news reporter. So he'll go to big events in Australia and he'll present himself as part of the press. Now there's a discussion there on like, yes, the press can't just be a pre-selected, pre-approved bunch of people, but then at the same time, like if you're acting in a disingenuous manner and you go and say, I'm the press, to try and get a pass to any particular location or people or place, I mean, there's a discussion there anyway. But caught. Fucking porn bots. I swear to God. But one of the big things has been the whole COVID situation in terms of how Australia responds to it, which has been insanely funny in that we have seen so many conservative Americans complaining and claiming Australia has fallen because of the government overreach, when the majority of the issues that face Australia that are getting quite a lot of publication outside of Australia often are things relating to our conservative federal government. So conservatives outside of Australia, they see people doing conservative things and they criticize it because they don't understand the world or their ideology. And it's just really amusing. But here we have an example. So this is on the Rebel News YouTube. And for whatever reason, this is the person that Fox News has representing Australia's point of view.
He is.
So Djokovic lost the visa appeal, so they can't play in the Australian Open. Now, there's a really nuanced... There's not really a nuance here. He lied on his visa application. I think one of his defenses was he didn't write it. Someone else wrote it for him and he just signed it. He misrepresented his vaccine and test status, as far as I can tell. And on top of that, he had also gone out in public, he had gotten photos and interviews done while he was COVID positive. As a result, this has become a big fucking media shitstorm for everyone involved. And as a result of the backlash, his visa's been cancelled. And so this has been a story that has been exported to America, and then is importing back outrage into Australia and, really affecting our discourse, I think, genuinely, honestly. You see the tweets.
Is the reigning Australian Open champion, and he cannot play because he is unvaccinated.
Not because he's unvaccinated. Well, not just because.
Now, our next guest has been covering the story from the beginning. He has great insight into the entire lockdown going on 2 years and insanity in Australia. His name is Avi Yemeni. He's the chief Australian correspondent for Rebel News, and he joins us now.
Chief Australian correspondent for Rebel News. This is a dinky operation.
From Melbourne. Avi, great to have you on the show this morning. I'm just going to turn it over to you. What's your reaction as you see what's happening in Australia this morning?
Well, thanks for having me. It's been an insane week, but a couple of corrections. It's not actually that the government appealed it and won the appeal. That's not true. He first, when he came in, They tried to ban him, saying his vaccine exemption was invalid. When he appealed that, he won in the Federal Circuit Court. And what then transpired is the government claimed that he'd lied on his papers to get into the country in his documentation, but that's not even what they came after him at the end. At the end, the Minister of Immigration exercised his discretionary power to remove Novak Djokovic for the reason that his mere presence in the country would essentially incite dissent. He said, citing that he was a risk to civil order. So him being here, not that he was unvaccinated.
Is that someone going, oh?
To civil order. So him being here, not that he was unvaxxed,
can't tell
but
what
that people perceived his way of thinking, his belief to be anti-vax, and that could inspire people not to get vaccinated in a country where we're, 90%, or in a state 93% vaccinated. It is crazy what happened here today.
Yeah, I mean, everything in Australia seems crazy to me these days. I guess my question...
No guns, healthcare, better social security. Well, it's not free education. At least we have a way for people to get education without crippling student debt, or at least without having to pay it back until they make enough money. I really don't want to hear Americans tell me how crazy Australian is. If I was born in America in the same circumstances I was born in Australia, there's no fucking way I would have a postgraduate education or the career that I have. I would be a retail worker making minimum wage for my entire fucking life. Like, I had no money growing up. I had no money when I was going to university. I was literally only getting the money available to me through the social security system in Australia. And like, it is just insane to me that an American, where they get shootings almost daily, want to tell me that Australia is crazy. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. I love it. I love it. It makes me so happy. It makes me so fucking happy. Apostle Baby, okay, let's do a fact check, right? Okay, let's hide me misspelling his name, because it's not a name I have good access to. All right, so here we go. Novak Djokovic admits attending interview while knowingly COVID positive. Tennis star has apologized for error of judgment in taking part in a media interview while he knew he was COVID-19 positive, and contacted his agent and conceded his agent made an administrative error on his travel forms. So again, lied on his entry forms. Djokovic said his agent sincerely apologizes for ticking the incorrect box on his Australian travel declaration, which meant he falsely claimed he had not traveled anywhere in the 14 days prior to his arrival in Australia, despite being in Spain. The Serbian tennis star has been criticized for more than 24 hours over photos that showed he had been out in the community in the days immediately after contracting COVID-19. A lengthy post on Instagram. Ooh. So he received a positive result on the night of December 17th after submitting the test the day before. In his sworn court affidavit, Djokovic said he was tested and diagnosed on December 16. In his Instagram post, he went on to say he felt obliged to go ahead and conduct an interview with French media organization L'Equipe on December 18th because he didn't want to let the journalists down, but did ensure I socially distanced and wore a mask, except when my photograph was being taken. When I went home after the interview to isolate for the required period, on reflection, this was an error of judgment, and I accept that I should have rescheduled the community, he said. So it's amazing the level of context we get when we don't just rely on Fox News. So this is what's interesting about this case is, like, optically, as someone that's living in Australia at the moment, and we are living basically with thousands of cases a day here in Queensland. I'm not sure what it's like in Victoria and New South Wales. I haven't looked at the numbers for like the last 3 or 4 days, and I know it can change quite a bit. But like it feels like, yeah, one person coming in for the tennis, the Australian Open is not going to make a big difference. And him going out that one time is not going to materially affect the outcomes that we're already seeing because we decided at Christmas to let it rip. Actually, I suppose, no, those dates were December, weren't they? So at that time, he could have been the instigator. No, I take it back. No, yep, okay, no. That's all we need to kick his ass out. So on the basis of the fact that he created risk before the risk was... Yeah. Yeah, if he didn't know yet, but at the same time, like, I think... And it won't change my argument, so I won't bother looking it up, but I believe it's probably the test that he would have had to do after he arrived before he could leave his hotel. So when you get to Australia, my understanding is that you need to have a test within 3 days, and you can't go out until that test comes back, and that test came back positive, and he still went out anyway. So yeah, like, he's contravening the, basically, the laws that are in place to allow international travel for specific events to resume. And let's not forget, to come here for the Australian Open is a, you know, like, it's not like we're allowing everyone to come in Australia. It's not like tourism is back open everywhere and stuff. So, you know, it's a position of privilege he already had.
To you is, you know, I get how the government feels about this. It's a little surprising in the post-Omicron era where we now know that the vaccinated are spreading it. But how...
We always knew people were vaccinated. If you were vaccinated, you could always still spread the virus. You just didn't spread it as much, and you weren't less likely to contract it in the first place, and you were less likely to go to hospital. Like, I wish we could just snap our fingers and get everyone to stop this tired old false analogy, like gaslighting people into thinking that people were told if you get the vaccine, you will never catch COVID and you'll never spread COVID. That has never been anyone's position anywhere.
How do the Australian people feel about it? Where do they stand? Because this was such an international story that put a spotlight on what they've been going through as well.
I think a lot of Australians were really angry in the beginning when Novak got an exemption because, as I said, over 90%, at least in Victoria, are double vaccinated. And that's not because people chose to. It's because pretty much to live life here, you need to be fully vaccinated. So people felt like they were forced to get vaccinated. But then this superstar came here and he was given an exemption. I think the federal government here rode that wave and felt like they had an opportunity to win some political points. And they...
the Conservative government?
Essentially... went to take him out on the most bizarre reason. It's not, again, that he's unvaccinated.
It's that he acted like a shithead after he got here through an exemption that was dubious and also lied on his form. That's why he got kicked.
Today, the immigration minister conceded that his vaccination exemption was absolutely kosher. It was fine. It was over the fact that they said he was potentially inciting dissent. And one of the things that they cited as evidence, which I found quite interesting, is that before the vaccines were even available, that he'd questioned the idea of a vaccine, or he said that he was no expert, but he would see at the time, but he wasn't really interested in vaccines. That was...
So he told on himself really early that he was an anti-vaxxer.
That was the only real evidence that the state had that he was ever kind of anti-vax.
That's literally an admission of guilt. What do you mean that's the only evidence? That's literally, I'm an anti-vaxxer. I have no evidence. I don't even know. Just hypothetically, if a vaccine comes out, I don't know if I'm interested.
The interesting thing is that that was at a period of time that Joe Biden and every Democrat in America was having a go at the vaccines. It was during the period that Trump was talking about the vaccines. And back at that time,
Did Joe Biden and Democrats, did they ever have a go at vaccines? Like that I don't remember that. Again, I'm not in America, but like I say, we're very connected politically. It's a one-way connection, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it doesn't ring a bell to me.
Anti-vax was actually the right kind of position to have. So it is a really, really bizarre situation.
Like, no one was anti-vax because they hated Trump. No one was anti-vax to own Donald Trump. No one. That's a fantasy.
situation that's happened here, but there is, listen, a lot of people were angry about Novak being here. I think Australians are going to look back at this period with a lot of shame.
Fuck me. Imagine Avi Yemeni speaking for Australians. What's the audience for Fox News? It's pretty big, isn't it?
Avi, you raised so many great points. This idea that he would incite dissent. You know, dissent is something Americans are quite proud of, although it's been being squelched here as well, and we've seen it actively by big tech.
Big tech, let's go. Now, denigrate trans people.
But the fact that the government would say dissent not allowed, what does that tell you about the current state of politics, of power?
Shit on the Conservative government, Avi. Come on.
In Australia, a lot of people look over at Australia and don't recognize a thing we used to think it was.
Look,
to be fair, Americans generally have no fucking idea what Australia's like.
I lived here my whole life and I don't recognise it. The last 2 years has absolutely changed Australia, and day by day it gets worse as we're coming out of this pandemic, as we're learning to live with it. It seems like
I did see, like, when Trump was like, hey, it's your choice, but if you can get the vax, but hey, it's your freedom. And that was pretty funny. I do love that Trump wants to both get credit for the vaccines and also try and, like, mollify his anti-vax supporters.
Like we're being stripped more and more of basic fundamental human rights. And
we have been getting those rights returned to us over the last 6 months now. Whether or not you agree on the timetable is a different matter, but for him to sit there on Fox News and to say it's getting worse day by day is practically incorrect. It is incorrect in terms of our daily freedoms and our work freedoms. Like, the only thing that hasn't moved over the last 6 months is you need to get a vaccine if you can get a vaccine. And if you can't get a vaccine for a valid medical reason, you will get an exemption and you'll be treated as if you were vaccinated. What you cannot do is say, I do not want the vaccine. I do not have a good reason for that. I just value my freedom over our collective welfare. That's all we need to do. But every other vector, like I said, I booked a trip to Japan that I'm hopeful to take. There's no more restrictions on the amount of people or the capacity, at least in my state, when it comes to dining out and things like that and cinemas. Like, I can almost completely conduct my life in a normal fashion when it comes to my day-to-day, with the single exception of sometimes people cancel on plans because they get the booster and they feel a bit sick the next day. But outside of that, like, there's no discernible difference in our freedom. Like, it is ridiculous to continue to ride this entire discourse of our freedoms are being stripped day by day when we have literally been restored freedoms over the last 6 months.
And it's really, really sad. And I hope, like probably many Aussies, that we come out of this okay and we're able to get back the Australia we once had. But it is...
Vote the Conservative government out. That's the only answer, Avi. Vote Labor instead of the LNP. I think that's what we're after. So the government has dealt with it so bad. Vote the that collective good is a filthy communist idea for sure. Yeah, Linda, that's the thing, and this is the most frustrating talking point that is still so common, is the, well, if you're vaxxed, how did you still get COVID? Or if you're vaxxed, how did you spread it? No one ever said the vaccine was 100%. No one. And yes, if you have a vaccinated population that comes out of lockdown, the number of people with the vaccine getting COVID will increase because we're no longer in lockdown. Like, they don't understand the interaction between the different techniques we've used to address the virus. And then when suddenly we stop using a technique, it suddenly invalidates the other measures we've taken. Yeah, the main benefit of vaccination is that you are, like, 8 times less likely to be hospitalized? It might be even more secure, more than that. Like, whatever the fucking number is. Okay. So we've done some, work commercials. That's a lot. We need to spread this out a bit. How to Tell If You're in the Right Relationship by Jordan Peterson. Fuck, man, he's on everything. He gives you relationship advice, career advice, what to do in 2022 advice. If only we had more talented men like Jordan. Wait, it's giving me Viva Dirt League. Interesting. God. Wisdom talk. Okay, this is just clickbait. How to make yourself more powerful in 2022. That's not what we watched, right? This is a different channel. This is another Peterson fan channel. It must be a fan channel. There's no way he's got all these different ones. This must be the same one that we looked at, just with a different title on a different channel.
The subcomponents of human existence, and I already did that. You need a family, you need friends. Is it the part that's listening and saying, no?
God, I can't do more Jordan Peterson. I was just curious. Wait, he did... Ben Shapiro did a transgenderism debate? Oh, no, it's not a... That's a fucking trinity right there. Transgenderism debate, Kyle Rittenhouse, and CRT in schools. And it says debate, but this doesn't look like a debate. This looks like a Q&A where Ben has the microphone and the ability to control the other person's talking time. Natural immunity. See, this is our news in Australia, right? Like the stuff that we've watched where they complain about lobster. The stuff where they complain about like the media in Australia, where Australian conservatives. So we're talking about imported culture war stuff. The far right conservatives in Australia will complain about the mainstream media lying about the narrative when it comes to COVID and stuff. Our media is run by conservatives. Like literally, our media is almost 100% run with a media bias towards conservatism. And yet they still want to complain about it. Oh, we need to flush. Oh, what? Matt Walsh. Okay, we are working with the algorithm. We have not made a search for Matt Walsh. We have not done anything else. We are just being served this. This is the pipeline. This is how people get pulled into this bullshit. Yeah, there was something he did recently that was ridiculous, right? That's right. He responded to Bosch.
So longtime fans of this show will remember that last week, a long time ago, we canceled trans YouTuber Samantha Lux, who posted a video attacking my best-selling LGBT novel, Johnny the Walrus, which is available for pre-order at Johnny the Walrus.
I've seen a reading of Johnny the Walrus, and it is fucking dog shit. I think a lot of people attacked it.
After I debunked Sam's debunking, many people in the comments informed me that YouTube is in fact full of videos criticizing my seminal work of children's literature, Johnny the Walrus, which is available at JohnnyTheWalrus.com.
Murdoch is a fucking cancer on society, and he has fucked everyone. He has fucked up Australia, he has fucked America, he has fucked the UK. Like, he is just a fucking... Like, he is the closest thing to a Dark Lord, if we think about the old anime trope.
.com. They wanted to know why I only picked on good old Sam while leaving these other would-be debunkers unscathed. Well, as you know, I'm a big advocate for equity and inclusion. I would never want to single anybody out unfairly or leave anybody out unfairly. And so today, I'm going to go through all the other anti-Johnny the Walrus videos on the platform and cancel all of them. Now, we're not going to have time, unfortunately, to watch all these videos in their entirety, but we'll watch a short and hopefully representative clip from each, just so we get an idea of what they're all about. Enough to demonstrate.
Right, so it's not just Vosh, it's just he's using Vosh on clickbait, which worked, I guess. So, props.
Why they deserve to be canceled. Some of these videos are from accounts with lots of subscribers. Some of them have a subscriber base that includes their immediate families and nobody else. And some probably don't even have a fan base that large. But we're gonna include the whole spectrum today, because I think that's the fairest thing. And again, this is about equity. So we begin with the YouTube channel Just a Lazy Gamer. Already you can appreciate the self-awareness at the very least. Let's see what Lazy Gamer has to say about my book.
Yes, Matt Walsh has decided to make a book hating on trans children. Because, you got to get that hate speech in when they're young. But here's the thing. He's also decided to do the let's go Brandon Song, Bryson Gray approach and go, hey, maybe you can get me in the top 10. And that'll really show him if you give me your money. And if we go to Amazon, he's already got 23 ratings. No verified purchasers, of course, because the book hasn't made it to anyone's door. Now, this book is on Amazon. Amazon has rules against hate speech in their book. They have that in the rules. And I get the feeling he's hoping that this book gets banned on Amazon to play the victim even more, maybe after they get it up to like number 15 or whatever.
I reckon that would actually be better for Matt Walsh if it did get pulled down. The martyrdom complex. I'm not saying that means that they shouldn't pull it down if it does, well, it does contain hate speech, but like, yeah.
Ever on a chart. And of course, he's selling signed copies for, I think it's $30 with $10 shipping.
If you're selling signed copies for $30, you're not expecting to sell many signed copies.
Because of course he is. Because the grifting never stops.
Okay, to begin with, he talks about there's a signed copies. $30 for a signed copy is a steal. I'm literally the most prominent and
I mocked you for selling it so cheap because clearly you don't intend to sell that many.
Respected LGBT children's author in American history, as well as the country's leading cult leader.
How old's this video? This video is recent. Okay, maybe it didn't get recorded recently, but...
And the most generous philanthropist and Abuela fundraiser of the 21st century. So my signature is worth thousands. That I'd give it away for a measly $30 just speaks, again, to my generosity, not to...
See, now I, as a cognizant and actuated leftist, I'm going to recognize the satire in here, and I'm not going to treat this as if he literally thinks his signature is worth thousands. I just think it's a dumb joke.
Mention my humility. Furthermore, I take great exception to the claim that we wanted to get banned from Amazon after reaching number 15 on the chart. That's absurd. We wanted to get banned after reaching the top 5. We did get to the top 5, but we didn't get banned. Instead, we just got banned from Target, which was a rather sort of disappointing runner-up prize. Finally, the book does not hate on trans kids, primarily because there's no such thing as trans kids. My issue is with the adults who have invented the category of trans kids. So if I'm hating on anyone, it's them, because they're morally debased child abusers.
Matt Welsh is a hard watch.
Hopefully that clears that up. Now we have YouTuber Sam Cowell.
So he didn't actually address any arguments in that clip. He just, because I feel like he didn't debunk any debunking there because he didn't show the debunking. I presume that streamer would have gone through more detail on why, but hey.
Sam has a larger presence on YouTube, over 800,000 subscribers. Let's see what Sam has to offer.
Wait, did he say Sam?
And a simple procedure cuts feet into fins. The doctor wants to cut into Johnny and make him into a walrus.
Ah, there it is. The whole mutilation thing. Because we chop ourselves up. Remember, when we have surgeries, we're mutilating ourselves and we're chopping ourselves up. It's also funny because this book is about a child, and I've said over and over again, and many trans people have said that children don't get surgeries. We could say it 1,000 times, but these people still just choose not to believe what we say. It's really funny because this can be explained with just one simple thought. Children don't get surgery, right? How would you ever have surgery when you're not fully developed anyways? You can't cut this off if it's not there. So please explain to me how these children are getting surgeries.
So, excellent point. How is this going to be addressed? I don't know. I don't know how you'd address this because it's right. It is simply the inability for particular people in a particular, I hate saying conservatives all the time because it feels like I'm picking on it, but it does feel like the mind worms of conservatives are unable to process how other people perceive reality. Like they'll make an argument that does not line up with the argument that they're trying to address. And I I don't know, like, I can't conceptualize where he would go from that statement, because that is patently true.
Happily, I'll explain it. A few points here. First, no, I don't think that when trans people have surgery, they're mutilating themselves. Because if you have a trans person who has gallbladder surgery or gets their ACL repaired or has heart surgery, I wouldn't call that mutilation. Surgeries that are meant to treat medical issues are not mutilation, no matter who's getting them. But a surgery that destroys a healthy body part or that slices open a healthy organ and flips it inside out.
Like, he can't even accurate, or not accurately, but accurate. He can't even accurately talk about the procedure he's against.
Is mutilation, no matter who's getting it. By definition, that's mutilation. Now, if you don't believe me, let's go to the dictionary. Mutilation, here's the definition. An act or instance of destroying, removing, or severely damaging a limb or other body part of a person or animal.
Let me check something. Now, I had the distinct feeling that mutilation included some level of consent. So, for example, if someone had to have an arm amputated because of gangrene or something, like, you wouldn't say, "Oh, that doctor mutilated their arm." You would say it was amputated, like it was a surgery. I suppose it's one of those things technically where you could use the word mutilation, but it wouldn't be accurate in a literary sense, simply because, like, you know, the words have connotations, either negative or positive, and mutilation definitely has a negative. God, just looking up mutilation is not a fun Google search. I would contend that mutilation is definitely in the category of negative connotation when it comes to language, and that there are other accurate ways of describing the types of procedures that people go through for, you know, their medical and mental welfare. That calling it mutilation sort of just immediately switches you on to being like, you don't give a shit about the actual facts. Yeah, see, appendectomy is one that I thought. Regressives, yeah. Oh, your appendix turned out to be healthy. Yeah, that would do it then. How do these bots find my channel? For whatever reason, they don't find it, or they don't do it on Twitch. But anyway, let's keep going.
So what happens to the penis during a sex change surgery? What happens to a woman's breasts during top surgery? These parts of the body are either removed or destroyed. They are, by definition, mutilated. There's no denying this. Now, as for the...
That's funny, because that's like a child's understanding of words.
Claim that children don't get these procedures, that is, for one thing, a lie. Minor girls do, in fact, have their breasts removed. It's very common. Happens all the time. Minor boys have even had their penises mutilated.
I don't believe it, and I don't want to look it up. Does it make me a hypocrite? Maybe, but I do not believe it.
Mutilated. That also happens. But even if that weren't happening, still, children are being conditioned to make those choices, quote unquote, later on in life. They're being put on that path, even though they don't understand the path they're on. And even if most boys aren't being physically altered through surgery, they are being given puberty blockers like Lupron, which is chemical castration. The same drug used to chemically castrate sex offenders. So your argument, Sam, is that the boys aren't being surgically castrated, they're just being chemically castrated.
Which is, again, not true, because puberty blockers are all 100% reversible after you stop taking them. So again, like, he wants to zone in on the definition of mutilation, but then he's very flaky-wakey when it comes to castration. Interesting.
And even that argument, as insane as it is also factually wrong. The truth is that both things are happening. Now we turn to...
If both things were happening, Matt Walsh's channel would be full of every time it happens, he would do a video on it. And I guarantee you, if we look through his video catalog, we will not see a single actual event of this taking place in a way that is legal and endorsed by people that are supportive of trans rights.
YouTuber Justin Freakin, the guy's he's a formidable voice in the culture. He has 6,000 subscribers, averages easily over 30 views per video, and his channel description promises, quote, uncensored and unfiltered political talk and debate from a leftist perspective, the day's top news stories and videos with astute social commentary. I'm not sure if we can trust the part of astute about astute social commentary.
I shouldn't laugh because we all stumble over our words, but it is funny the level of confidence that these people have when compared to their actual ability.
I don't know about that. We'll find out in a minute. But we can be confident.
Yeah, his debunk was, well, no, you're wrong. And then not providing any actual evidence to that or any examples. Like, if I was to say, you're wrong about this actually happens, I feel like I would be inclined to give at least one example of that. So if I say, hey, Australia's media is predominantly gatekept by right-wing media figures. For example, Rupert Murdoch owns every fucking newspaper in circulation in Queensland except for 2 papers that are just local papers to specific areas, so I can't get good news when it comes to the written word. That's a good argument. What's not a good argument is going, no, Rupert Murdoch and conservative media doesn't own the discourse. You're wrong. Less good argument.
That it's uncensored. If this guy's a leftist, then certainly we can be assured that he has not been censored. So let's...
how many weeks ago was it where 2 of the biggest leftist creators on Twitch got censored?
Let's see what he brings to the table.
Not as insane as Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire.
Why Comic Sans? Why? No. You're bad for the movement if you're going to use Comic Sans.
Releasing a children's book.
Actually, yeah, it's a edited video as well, so. Oh, this is a horrible layout, my friend. I haven't come across Justin Freakin. I despise this Twitch layout. And I don't mean this one specifically, I mean in general, there's like a really messy, like busy Twitch layout, and I hate it. I hate it.
Look. Here is Matt Walsh, apparently.
Oh, and you need more light for your webcam, dude. Seriously, you need to get that aperture up. No, not aperture, shutter speed faster.
Getting some children together for Story Hour with sweet baby Matt.
Like, I don't want to hate, but if you get an average 30 viewers, which is, well, maybe the videos get 30 viewers, but there's not 30 live views. But man, you've gone to a lot of effort here. Just get a cheap light and let the camera exposure get a bit faster.
Matt Walsh.
Okay. Hello, boys and girls.
Yeah, the kids look about as enthused as we are. He didn't draw the cartoons, and that's the main part of the book.
Yeah.
Like, passing yourself off as the author of this stupid book is insane. Because you know what this book is? This book is...
Did Matt Walsh just censor Justin Freakin? Or was that just... I'm assuming Matt Walsh censored a leftist. But yeah, we are getting censored.
Is a actual talented illustrator. And then some dumb words on top of it.
Honestly, I don't know why this guy doesn't get more views. I mean, he's like Macho Man Randy Savage. If Macho Man Randy Savage could only...
Is he going to make a...
bench press 45 pounds and was a hippie. But Randy has exposed a startling truth, that I did not illustrate my own children's book. I have tried to keep this hidden.
Take it easy, Gary.
By putting the illustrator's name on the cover. I was hoping to hide it in plain sight. And my plan almost worked until Seth Rogen's unemployed cousin foiled the plot. All right, let's finish this up with a somewhat larger account. This is Vaush.
Is this it? Vaush.
Sure, Vash. I don't know how to pronounce his name. 386,000 subscribers. His video is titled, Matt Walsh Reads His New Anti-Trans Book to Kids, and I Am Incredibly Uncomfortable. And the video's done pretty well for him. It's got nearly 150,000 views. Let's skip ahead to, I think, what is, I guess, the crux of his argument against my book.
Wait, what is the lesson at the... Wait, now is he bird gender? Wait, what does any of this mean? What does any of this mean, man? No, he said earlier, people online told his mom a well-meaning mother was duped by evil transgender SJWs. Yeah, okay, but, like, what about the kid? Like, the kid didn't seem... After the kid said, I am a walrus, woo-woo, and had a picture taken of him, the kid had no input whatsoever. Did the kid want to eat the worms? If not, why didn't he stop? What was the kid like, I don't want to eat the worms? And the mom was like, no, you have to. The people on Instagram said that you have to, or I'm a big... Like,
So it's interesting, actually. Like, if you haven't seen Matt Walsh's reading of the book, the entire book is framed that, like, the kid initially says, I'm a walrus, and then the mother, for the rest of the book, feels compelled by perceived pressure from online woke SJWs to basically facilitate that imagination of the child that they're a walrus by, like, you know, doing things like getting them to eat worms and talking about, like, surgery to change them into being more of a walrus, and it's all initiated by the mother. Like, none of it is actually providing any input or agency or the thought process of the child, and it's the child that is the the analogy for someone that is going through, you know, the self-discovery of finding out that they're trans. But the book doesn't address that, because the book, obviously, like Matt Walsh, doesn't actually accept that as a material reality of the world, despite the fact that people who aren't supported when it comes to expressing their identity have much worse outcomes. And that's something that we can measure and something that we can know. So when he talks about the effects of mutilation and stuff, it's never couched with the, well, you know, we can't let people mutilate themselves. We'll just let them suffer and languish with mental health and suicide and violence. That's fine, but we can't let them have medical treatment. It doesn't deal with that. It just deals with the mother and her feeling pressured by the woke mob, which is why it's a pretty bad book.
I don't want to dig into this too hard because it's obviously really stupid, but I am genuinely astounded by the incompetence with which this was put together. Like, they paid an artist, they had it published, like, it's on sale. Like, how do you not put a little more effort? Not even just the quality of the art, but, like, the language used betrays such an incredible incompetence in using allegory to deliver a political message.
I do love that, like, Matt, like, just imagining Matt Walsh sitting there listening to him being called incompetent just tickles me.
That's true. I'm not good with language. I mean, we can't all be wordsmiths like Vouch here, who says things like, the language used betrays such an incredible incompetence in using allegory to deliver a political message. Dude, why do you speak in real life like you're a 9th grader writing a book report and trying to hit a minimum word count?
He's a political streamer. He used political language.
You think it's a bad allegory. Just say that. Though I'm not sure how you could judge the competence of the story or the allegory, considering you, by your own admission, don't understand the point. You're a grown adult who failed to grasp the extremely simple message in a rhyming...
So to get to this point in the video, he had to get past the bit where Vosh does understand the video, but doesn't understand how someone could be so stupid to put together the video, the book. But he doesn't understand how someone so stupid could write a book that had such little material competence. Sorry, am I sounding like a 9th grade book report?
Children's book written on cardboard for preschoolers. And somehow you think that your failures of reading comprehension are an embarrassment to me.
Actually, there is a good argument for someone whose main goal is to communicate, that if the communication fails at the point where it is received, that it is the communicator who failed to ensure that their message was adequately clear. That's actually something that people that have strong communication skills take into consideration and would be valuable feedback, rather than going, well, maybe you're just an idiot. You'd be like, well, on reflection, maybe the way I structured this or worded it required a bit more drafting or redrafting to get to a point where it was easier to understand. Possibility.
I mean, I am embarrassed watching this, but the embarrassment is of the secondhand variety, I assure you.
Why not just say the embarrassment was secondhand? Why make it sound like a 9th grade book report that you're trying to hit a minimum word count? Why are you adding all these adjectives and verbs and texture to your language to make it sound more interesting? Why don't you just say the minimum amount of words? It's almost like they're fucking hypocrites.
The good news is that you seem to have almost understood the point. So you got to the 10-yard line intellectually before you fumbled the mental football. You nearly made it all the way there. Because you note how in the story, the mom is the focus, while the child, Johnny, has little input into his own alleged lifestyle choice. He's doing things, he's walking down a certain path, but it doesn't really seem like he's choosing to go in that direction. Yes, Vaush, that's the point.
That was the criticism, though, that the actual experiences of trans people is not about the parents, it's about the trans person. That is the point, Matt.
That's exactly the point. That's what we're going for. The fact that...
That's why you're wrong, and that's why he called you incompetent.
Johnny's mommy is really the main character in a story that's ostensibly about Johnny himself is not an accident.
It's incompetence.
A bit of intentional irony. Very much an intentional creative decision by the brilliant author of this book, which is available at johnnythewalrus.com. It's almost as if I'm trying to make the point that transgenderism among children is once again an invention of the adults around them.
And so this is the thing, right? If we take that at face value and that is the intent of the book, then why is the book aimed at children? That's what makes it incompetent. If the message of the book is your parent is being pressured by social media to send you down a path that you shouldn't be going down, that message being given to people, presumably the age range that book would be aimed at, if you look at simply the sentence structure, the complexity, and the narrative overall, that would be a very poor method of communication for that message. The fact that the message is encoded in a children's book for, by the looks of it, sort of 6 to 9 year olds, tells me that it is trying to influence the ideology and the beliefs of children. And unless it's trying to convince them that their parents can't be trusted because they're manipulated by social media, that seems kind of abusive and a little bit creepy coming from someone that's ostensibly trying to break into children's fiction. But the reality is that it's a stunt just to performatively dunk on the liberals about trans rights. It is so the parents can buy the book so that they can... what's the word? So they can sort of be performative about their beliefs about, the validity of transness. So yes, as a children's book, it is incompetent, but as a badge of bigotry for parents, it is. I'm certain he hasn't made a loss on it. We'll put it that way.
No child can actually choose this path. They don't have the psychological and emotional formation required to make an informed decision about fundamentally altering their identities. Any child, therefore, who does make such a decision, quote unquote, has been, by definition, pushed and pulled that way by the grown-ups in their lives. Do you understand now? Because I literally can't make it any simpler or plainer than that. The book is written at a reading level for kids who barely know how to read.
And yet he already admitted that it was more about the mother. So you've mismatched formats, my friend.
So if that's still above your intellectual pay grade, I'm afraid there's not much else I can do. Except say that you're canceled. Along with fake Randy Savage, Sam Collins, the rest of the YouTube hordes, who have all tried and failed to take down my book, Johnny the Walrus, which is available for sale at johnnythewalrus.com.
It sounds like Amazon took down your book.
Hey.
So did they really fail? Did they really fail with Johnny the Walrus? God, Matt Walsh. I'm so glad Matt Walsh came up. Just organically. God, Jordan Peterson talking with Russians. That seems like danger. And Ben Shapiro reviews Spider-Man No Way Home. I feel like after looking at his Squid Game review, that, yeah. Gay cake case? What the fuck? Sky News Australia. It is like fucking. It's horrible. Joe Rogan's ultimate advice. Oh boy. What a way to spend Monday night. At least we've had a few laughs. Alright, so what are our topics that we're being given now? Novak Djokovic, podcast, the Ingram angle, I don't know what that is, thoughts, debates, sci-fi. Okay, so they're getting a bit. What comes up with live? Okay, no idea what to send me in terms of live streams yet. Let's go, man. Feels like it's slowing down. Whole leg of lamb cooked on campfire. I can't imagine that would be like. I feel like the time it would take to learn to cook a campfire roast leg of lamb to control the heat would be just too much for me. Like, you'd have to grow up learning that shit. Like, how would you learn at my age? I don't know. Image of God. I can't do it. Comics getting political.
Look, it's me, Russ.
I mean, I suppose they've always been political, haven't they? See, look, British people talking about Americans. That means I can too. But I don't want to know Russell Brand's thoughts on January 6th. At one point, it was funny, right? I don't know. Something changed. Jordan Peterson is the most terrifying IQ statistic, like himself. I figured out, I was watching a bunch of cooking videos today. So we got a pressure cooker. When did we get it? Was it Boxing Day deals or was it before then? I think it was before. Anyway, we got one relatively recently. And like I was sort of dogmatically following some recipes, and it's like, you know, for our particular pressure cooker, you need to put 1.5 cups of liquid in. So there's enough liquid for it to come up to pressure. Like, that's a minimum for all cooks. And I was watching Kenji, what's his YouTube channel? Like, it's Seriously Eats or something. I'm probably getting that wrong, but Kenji is like sort of famous around like sort of cooking YouTube and stuff. And like, he's really good at like, he will explain the science of cooking. And there was a couple of recipes that he did in this pressure cooker where he didn't use any added liquid or minimal added liquid. So like he would just add in like raw chicken, vegetables, bay leaves and stuff. And he'd explain that because he's not searing it, because he's not like putting it on the saute function first to get the extra flavor out, the liquid in those things would actually come out, and that would be enough liquid to bring the whole thing to pressure. And like the flavor from that, because it's literally the water coming out of the vegetables and the meat itself, would be so flavorful that it would be like, it's a quite a good way to do things. And I came away from that whole thing, and again, as I sort of was mentioning and poking fun earlier on Twitter, like, because I'd seen these other recipe videos, and I kind of despise them, where it's like, you know, get garlic butter and sear chicken in garlic butter, and then add a can of creamed chicken soup, and chuck in a bag of frozen mixed vegetables and put it on pressure cooker for 10 minutes and slow release, whatever. Is it classist to dislike that? Like, is that a classist response for me to be like, hey, like I get the ease of like frozen food and stuff. It's not that specifically. It's that whole mentality of like combining 3 things that are already prepared instead of the simpler ingredients that are then more flexible. In like, so a bulb of garlic and a stick of butter, I can do things with those individually that I can't do with garlic butter. But anytime I need garlic butter, I can make garlic butter. And then it's the same, like adding a can of soup. It's like canned soup is so high in like sodium and salt and stuff, and like, okay, so what are we doing with soup? We're adding flavor. So what is that flavor? It could be substituted with stock. We could have a range of spices and other aromatics that we keep in our pantry that are just as cheap, if not cheaper, than buying cans of soup all the time, and you'd get theoretically better results. Anyway, I'd watched all these videos, and what I was originally trying to find was sort of like a creamy lemon chicken recipe, because I kind of felt like that. I couldn't find it, but I was watching Kenji, and like he did a chili, which was like green verde chicken carne asada or something like that. And while in the end I didn't have the tomatillas or whatever they're called, like Colombian type of tomato / berry, it was enough for me to go like, hey, this concept of cooking it by using the juices already and the ingredients and stuff sounds interesting. And I combined that with another recipe I saw where if you put in 1 cup of rice and 1 cup of liquid, in this case we use chicken broth, and put that on the bottom and then put everything on top, it would cook the rice at the same time as the vegetables at the same time as the chicken. And I did that. We had a plate full of veggies. We had some chopped up jalapeno peppers, chopped up bell pepper, chopped up tomatoes, some minced garlic, a cup of corn. Did I say a couple of tomatoes? Plate full of vegetables. It was really good. So we put that in on top of the rice and the chicken broth, and then we put the chicken breast on top of that, and we pressure cooked it for like 10 minutes with, I think it was a 10-minute release after that, and it came out so good. And this entire story is to be like learning to understand why recipes work, and that's what I got from watching Kenji after watching all these other videos of like, you know, very, I think, not as useful ways to learn how to cook. Was just so beneficial. It was so nice. And we've got leftovers for tomorrow. So it was cheap too. It was amazing. I can't believe how much flavor came out of it. It was really good. So Matt's books was removed from Amazon. It will be re-released under a different category. It was under the LGBTQ plus category. Are you fucking serious? Matt Walsh, Walrus, Amazon. I forget what it's called. Tommy the Walrus or something. Johnny the Walrus. $302 ratings. Oh my god. 4.9 out of 5 stars. The power of an audience. Out of stock. 30 pages. Customers. Okay, this is going to tell us a lot. What's my name? Okay, maybe it's not going to tell us a lot. Wait, what the fuck? Church of Cowards, a wake-up call to complacent Christians. Reasons to vote for Democrats, a comprehensive guide. PragerU, what the fuck? Oh my god, is there an entire conservative cinematic children's book verse? I'm an LGBT author. Wait, no. Wait, where's that? It's not in his profile, is it? The Unholy Trinity. Blocking the left's assault on life, marriage, and gender. Shit, he's been doing this for years. God damn. Customers who... Wait, hang on. Oh, who viewed this item also viewed. And who bought this also bought. PragerU. PragerU. Oh, how much PragerU stuff's on here? I can't click an author and get all their works? Oh, I can for Matt Walsh. Why can't I do it for PragerU? Yeah, Ring, that's one of the... I'll give you mod status if you can post that link. I think that'll work. I trust you, Linda. Like, yeah, when you make a certain... Like, if I make a Thai stir fry or a Thai curry, like, and go complete everything, the, like, galangal, the lime, the red chili, the green chili, the ginger... Well, not ginger, I forgot galangal, but, like, all that stuff to make the paste from scratch, it costs a lot. But, like, what I made tonight was cheap, like, dirt cheap. Like, seriously. Yeah, I was really impressed with myself. I just needed to share that. I just needed other people. Now we can click on PragerU. Oh, is this going to be like stuff that they've taken from that cartoon show that they do, and they've just like added to that universe? Today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. 5 out of 5. Today is Christmas. The national anthem and Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, they accuse people on the left of like indoctrinating kids. But like, this is all nationalist propaganda. Today's Thanksgiving. Today's September. Are you fucking kidding? Okay, that was probably an unfair response. What age range is this for? Educational initiative for students in kindergarten through to 12th grade. Okay, this book can't be for like babies all the way through to grade 12. Where is the free trial? What's the age range? Customer review. Here we go. Just in time for the 20-year anniversary of 9/11, this is a difficult but important event to explain to our youngest generation. This book helps to explain what happened in simple terms without being overly graphic or scary. It focuses on the heroic actions of Americans and the unity of the country. Wait. Are these Patriot Day? Is September 11 Patriot Day? No, it's not, is it? I'm not that out of touch, am I? Is that a different book that the reviews are going in there for? Man, PragerU is a fucking massive monolith. Anyway, we're getting a bit distracted here. Wait, what? There's video reviews?
Hopefully it works here in a second. This is about Johnny the Walrus.
Hi everyone. I ordered the book Johnny the Walrus, and so I got a book before they became unavailable, and I went to go post a review.
Let's go, Brandon.
I just want to point out that I also went to post a review and I was unable to do so as well. Also, can't order the book because Amazon says it's unavailable, which is awfully fishy to me. But I'll let her finish.
Wait, what did... Oh, someone's made a video of someone else's video and has paused the video to explain something.
Finish now.
And for whatever reason, it did say, I went to the thing where you review past purchases, and it showed up on there, Johnny the Walrus. And so I clicked on it to give it the stars and to write a review, and it wouldn't let me do it. So
She put that shirt on to make this video to put up as a review video.
I haven't received it. I just ordered it like a few hours ago, but I think something fishy is going on with Amazon, and I just wanted to do a video just saying I think the book might still be available if you go on Daily Wire in the shop, so try to get the book there, and if not, I'm not sure what Matt is gonna do, but anyways, just wanted to see if I could upload this video for everybody. I hope that you guys can get the book, and I look forward to getting it too. Talk to you soon.
This is my first Amazon video review ever.
Well, I also ordered Speechless, Controlling Words, Controlling Minds by Michael Knowles, and I never did get it, and I ordered that over 6 months ago. I'm still waiting. At first it wasn't available because it had to have more copies made because it was such a popular book. But, oh yeah, so just know that we are not alone in this. We are all...
Okay, is this a review? This isn't a review, right?
It is literally big corporations trying to shut us all down, and they can eat a
Posted on Amazon website, by the way.
big fat if you ask me. And if you know me, you know exactly what word I should put in that spot. Yeah,
Cool.
you know.
Hi. Hi everyone, it's me. It's Nicole again. I'm still waiting for Johnny the Walrus. I had ordered it. It says it's coming on Monday, so I'm looking forward to reading that. In the meantime, I wanted to share with you something else fishy that happened to me
This is a review section. Why are you posting your fucking blogs here?
today. Matt had mentioned in his show the other day that Johnny the Walrus was going to be available in March. If you order, you can pre-order either on Daily Wire or you could go on Target. So I wanted to get another copy, and
Target
I
banned
wanted to
that
go
shit.
to Target because of course it'd be free shipping. And so I went on to Target and I searched the other day for the book, and it was in my cart, and I was going to check out today. So I was going to purchase a couple other items so I could get the free shipping. And then all of a sudden it was not in my cart. And I was like, what? So I Googled Johnny the Walrus Target, and it came up on the Google search. So I clicked on it,
Why is there a screen here about like Target? It's a fucking Amazon review.
and then it said this page is unavailable. So Matt had mentioned today that some LGBTQ group
No one's posting a video review of Johnny the Walrus without having a very deep connection with its political motivation.
were upset that he was on the Amazon top LGBTQ author book.
This goes
list
next
or
level though,
something,
beyond like the
and that they may
written
try to
reviews.
shut him down and on Amazon even. And so, anyways, I suspect that they got to Target too.
They got to
and
Target.
that Target removed his book for some reason. So the
'Cause
only
it's
way
hate
I believe
speech.
you can get it right now is to go on Daily Wire, and it'll ship out probably by March. But you have to pre-order it, and it's $19.99 on there. I know shipping may be a little bit more, depending on what you do. But if you do join the Daily Wire, you can get a discount on the book.
That is not organic. That is AstroTurf, 100%. Like someone didn't just go, oh, I'm going to leave a video review and then, recommend subscription to the Daily Wire to get a discount. Customer reviews, come on, give me. Recently, the child in my life has started identifying as a walrus and uses walrus pronouns. It's been impossible to find something that captures lived experiences and endures each day, but this book has done it. Wallace found another walrus-identified person, Whip, in Johnny, which really helps raise awareness of crying. See, I can't tell if that's satire from the left or satire from the right. What the fuck? A novel. It's 30 pages. Get a fucking grip. Adler once said a good book can teach you about the world and about yourself. You learn more than how to read better. You also learn more about life. You become wiser, not just more knowledgeable. Johnny the Walrus does not do that. Like, even if I agree, like, even if it was like well written for a children's book, like, it's still a children's book. You reckon that that this is from the? See, I can't tell if it's making fun of like neopronouns, or if it's making fun of people who don't understand neopronouns and identity. But Sweet Baby Matt Walsh Easter egg. A much needed voice of reason. Dr. Seuss who? Has Matt Walsh done any other children's books? I don't think so. Top critical review. Tried to read with 7, 8, and 11-year-old grandchildren. Oh, poor grandma. Oh. Reading grade level should be appropriate. See, it's incompetent. Incompetently written. Oh boy. All right, so we had that link earlier. Here we go. Media Matters for America. What's Media Matters? Oh, Daily Wire. Amazon's best-selling LGBTQ book. Added to political commentary and opinion section. Oh, okay, so no, this isn't affiliated with Daily Wire. It's got a whole category because there's enough of Daily Wire to cover. Bestsellers. See, I imagine that like bestsellers is going to come up like a lot of the algorithms and stuff that drive like Amazon #1s and stuff are going to be like sensitive to like rush purchases and stuff. And let's face it, conservatives, they're not a small bunch. Oh, he did it. Oh, here we go. Give me some volume, please. Oh, wait. Okay, I need to go into my other browser. This is my music browser. Because I opened up an Edge. We need to be Chrome.
And right.
That's not the right button. Streaming with bad eyesight.
On Q, there's something remarkable happening in the
Brandon.
world of publishing. The Daily Wire's Matt Walsh has written a book called Johnny the Walrus, which humorously captures the cartoonish nature of this entire transgender debate.
Oh, fuck
and right now
me.
it's ranked, I guess.
Holy shit. They're not subtle, are they? Oh, fuck me.
It's number 10 now on the Amazon bestsellers list, number 4 in children's books. Here now is Matt Walsh, host of The Matt Walsh Show. Matt, now first we have to note that Walrus Awareness Week is happening now, apparently. So the book's meteoric rise is really well timed. Why is this being gobbled up?
Yeah, we didn't even try to coincide it with Walrus Awareness Week. So I think just everything, it was fated to be in a lot of ways.
The music is the Chill Hop station on YouTube, which is free use, which is nice.
I think people are buying the book because we need a little bit of sanity in our culture, and especially in children's books. I mean, any parent, I'm a parent myself, and we know that you go to the children's section at Barnes & Noble, you look at all the titles, it's like being at an Antifa rally or something with all the just the left-wing propaganda, and to have something that's a response to that, I think is resonating with people. And by the way, I should mention that Amazon, they did this on their own. They listed it as an LGBT book, and right now, currently, for the last few days, I've had the top-selling, not just one of the top-selling books on Amazon, but one of the top-selling, or the top-selling LGBT book. So I am an LGBT author, and I'm, I think one of the leading LGBT
He's
voices
such a
in the
fucking
country right
troll.
now, according to Amazon, and I embrace that.
What is an LGBT book? Was that an author who's LGBT, or is it a book that touches on?
Like, they're not that stupid, right? Like, that is literally, like, they're framing the discussion to, like, dehumanize and denigrate positions they don't agree with. Like, and this is news. It says Fox News. The Ingram angle, right? I presume that maybe it's an editorial space, right? No conservative. Yeah, they don't need performative. No conservatives need performative bigotry badges, but they fucking love them.
On LGBT sub, or is it a combo, or like why?
I don't know. Yeah, my book's about a walrus, so who knows how they decide these things.
Well, now the children's book publishing industry, again, most parents, they don't give a lot of thought to it, but from the books that are assigned, and
I refuse to believe that parents, and I'm not a parent, so I'll cop to maybe speaking out of ignorance, but like I feel like the amount of like research I do for my cats when it comes to like things that they will interact with, whether they're like toys or new food or litter or whatever, I'll do a fair amount of research. So I feel like I wouldn't buy a book for my child without doing, the due diligence of, say, reading the book first, or at least getting some trusted reviews to understand what the book's content is. Like, our parents don't really care about their kids the books these days.
I can say this from junior high to high school, elementary school, what what kids have available in their school curricula and at
CRT,
reading hour at your public library.
racism is bad.
So much of it is just,
All that shit.
it's never going to withstand the test of time, and that's putting it charitably.
Yeah, and a lot of it, when we look at the indoctrination, a lot of it, there's a lot of the racial indoctrination, anti-racist baby, critical race theory, that kind of thing. But so
Racist
much of
baby.
it is gender ideology being foisted on kids at very young ages. And, if gender ideology is...
You know what I actually... Here's an actual personal thing. One of the things I think that was... Is toxic the right word? I don't know. But if I could change one thing about the way I grew up, it certainly would be to grow up without the pressure to performatively embrace masculine stereotypes. Like to not grow up with every person I meet going, oh, do you play football? You'd be a good backliner or blah, 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 because I'm like a big, chunky Tongan kid. Or, the assumption that I'm into cars and what sort of car I want to buy when I grow up, or what, did you watch the football last night? Or did you watch the cricket? Or, like all this stuff that sort of comes along, particularly Australian masculinity tropes and stuff. The funny thing is, like, being a soft-edged Christian boy in those sort of edgy teen years and not doing the full drinking party stuff, like I still managed in my early 20s to get to the point where I would actually make fun of someone. One of my closest friends, I would make fun of him for drinking UDLs, like vodka ready-to-mix drinks that came in like fruity flavors, like they'd come in like lemon and lime. What other flavors did they come in? Like they were considered girly drinks. Or like I remember he got absolutely torn to shreds for bringing Midori to the house one day to drink. And I tell you what, I love fruity, sweet cocktails. And I still make the joke sometimes to sort of brush it off that, oh yeah, I like, I don't always just drink masculine drinks. I'll have a dagger in the back or a daiquiri or a whatever. It's, I really would have loved to have a more fluid introduction to expressing identity than boys are boys, girls are girls. Boys play with Tonka trucks like blue. Girls play with pink and play with Barbie. That would have been nice. There actually was. Now, whether or not this has to do with puberty or has to do with, liking non-normatively, like things that are not normatively associated with boy things, is I really enjoyed Sailor Moon when I was a kid. However, I was old enough to appreciate the fact that when she transforms, there is a silhouette there that was aesthetically pleasing as well. So that could go either way, but I think there's a bit of both there. So
It's so absurd that they realize that if they want to convince people of it, they have to get to them when they're very, very young, and they're not able to distinguish between fantasy and reality and make these kinds of common sense judgments. And that's why it's so important for them to brainwash the kids early. And it's why it's important for us to protect our kids from that brainwashing.
Now, here to your point, as one teacher described his disturbing classroom habit. Watch.
I teach high school, and most days of the week I come to school in stilettos, and the reason why is so I can create an explicitly queer space for all of my students. That way they know that this place is a place for them, by them.
What is this teacher talking?
Name one thing, one negative impact that a non-conforming gender expression in, wearing stilettos to school, name one negative impact that's going to have on high school kids. So we're talking 13 years and up. Children that are old enough to, wrestle with ideas and concepts and learn. Like, name one thing.
Talking about? Like what?
Well, this is a narcissist who thinks that kids go to school to learn about him. I mean, when I went to school, I didn't know anything about my...
As opposed to like someone going in there and, 100% performing their gender as assigned at birth, not being them Why interact with these points of view? Like, what is the value in that they just don't like something that doesn't look like them? Like, literally, you do not look or express yourself in the way that I do, therefore you are not... using common sense. You are not rational. You are indoctrinating kids. It is obscene.
about my teachers at all, much less their sex life or anything like that.
There was a teacher in my school. What was his name? Mr. Potter. Which, actually, no, I won't say some of the more out there stories because they. I probably shouldn't have said his name, but he did wear like a Pokemon shirt with Pikachu. It was like a dark blue that was maybe a size or two too small for him, and like a tutu. Although to be fair, I think he was playing up a sort of larrikin Joker thing as opposed to like a gender expression thing. But I mean, we are talking about like 1998, 1999.
But that's what teachers do now. They think that this is about the kids are there to learn about me, not so much about any subject. And that's yet another reason I think why parents
like nothing in that short video said to us that teacher focused on anything in his classroom curriculum about himself personally, as opposed to him just showing and demonstrating that personal expression can be varied. That's the only thing he did. This inference that it's impacted the curriculum and what the teacher was focusing on is like insane. Fox News. Fox fucking News. Like, isn't it like the most watched news in America? And like we established earlier in the stream, this type of commentary is infecting Australia. It is transmitting across to us because our conservatives are taking all the cues from your conservatives.
Parents should consider, other options like maybe teaching your kids yourself through homeschool.
I think more parents are doing that precisely because of these developments. Matt, congrats on the book, and thanks for coming on.
Amazing. And we go to more trans hate stuff. There is a definite thing where any non-normative cis-het expression of like either identity or even like love in a relationship is considered kink, which is it's not good, and it's probably not something I can talk on with heaps of authority. Except to say I would like to be aware of it myself and not participate in it where possible. Right, well, it is getting a little bit late, so I do want to look at some TikToks just for fun. Again, nothing I've planned, so if this goes south, it goes south, but I feel like I need a cleanser. I need a chaser after that heavy shot of Matt Walsh. I didn't even look at the crawler. What was on the crawler? And I hate myself because the last time I was on TikTok on this computer, or the first time I was on TikTok on this computer, I was looking at this guy, Australian conservative, and their TikToks. But see, this is the thing that the right really doesn't understand, is that like there are normative cishet like interactions that we consider normal, that we do not then look at and go, well, if you do that around children, you're a pervert. But we don't extend that same level of, is it the principle of charity? Would that be the right word? Like, the most charitable interpretation of an action is the one that leads to or assumes that the person is rational and well-meaning, like the principle of charity. So, like, if I kiss my wife and give her a smack on the bottom in public, like, that's just me being a bit cheeky and loving and completely normal and completely fine. But then if there's a non-cishet relationship where that happens, that can be construed by some people as them being irresponsible in front of kids. And like, that's the probably the I think what we think is okay in front of kids is probably going to be the final barometer for determining whether particular relationships become normalized or not. Until someone can act as the same way I and my partner can act in a public space, until they can act the same way at the same level of affection without it being misconstrued or demonized, I think that's probably the test. Can Johnny the Walrus save our kids? Who the fuck knows? I mean, we know that Johnny the Walrus is all about the mother anyway, so... All right. Well, I was unlucky enough to come across this guy's TikTok again. So, what has he done new since we saw him? The last time we looked at him, he was focused. Like I was focused on like he had a lot of like debunking leftists and stuff. Toxic femininity. Interesting. Comrade Cutie. No copyright music.
Who's 15 years past life expectancy, and she's counting on you to do the right thing.
It takes someone with a really garbage personality to so blatantly say that they don't care about the elderly
Says the
or
commie.
the sick. I have friends who are immunocompromised and
Says the commie. Nice comeback,
haven't
bro.
been able to leave the house for the last 2 years for fear that they will die if they get COVID.
They're just
I have
losers.
one remaining grandparent who I love, and this idea that it's too inconvenient to wear a mask to ensure their safety is infuriating. But not only that, to deliberately buy a mesh mask to own people.
I bought 3. One for mum.
You clearly don't have anyone that you care about more than you care about yourself.
True.
And that's
True.
That's kind of
That's
sad.
Boris out
fucking
there, who's 15
scumbag.
years past life expectancy, and she's counting on you to do the right thing.
Oh boy. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. Let's go to our For You page. Actually. No copyright. No copyright. Fuck. Bad to say, like, the For You page is probably not the best place to go on TikTok, because I don't know how close they skirt to YouTube terms of service in terms of content. Especially copyrights.
Nothing.
No, shut up, stop. Okay, we need to learn how to navigate this app on desktop. Oh, that's what the crawler said. Can Johnny the Walrus save our kids? Right. All right. I said this was going to be a palate cleanser, but maybe it's not going to be a palate cleanser. Oh. Okay. So there's this weird trend on TikTok, right? What's the best way to find it? So here's my biggest problem on TikTok. My biggest problem on TikTok. No, it's not my biggest problem. But here's my biggest challenge on TikTok, right? Is there is like a group of hashtags that relate to men's rights. Now, I know that's a red flag in a lot of circumstances, but there seems to be some pretty significant creators on the platform that basically cover the idea of defending men's rights in various places in society. And my struggle with it, and the I guess the pressure where what's the way to say this? The issue is that they correctly identify issues, but I think incorrectly identify causation. So let's have a look at some of these, and let's see what everyone thinks. Yeah, we're gonna jump in, I think, with the Black Spider Guy advice. So the Black Spider Guy advice, he has 111,000 followers, and he pops up. Now, the reason I know about him is he pops up in my For You page. Now, if you're not familiar with TikTok, when you have an account on TikTok and as you interact with the app, it will have basically you'll go to your For You page and you'll be fed content that it thinks you like. It's kind of like the recommendations page on YouTube, but kind of on steroids. Like, it is the main way you discover and look at content. Like, it's not so much like you subscribe and then you watch the people you subscribe. It's a bit more discoverable, which is part of what I really like about TikTok. Like, I like to sort of say that TikTok is like what YouTube was 10 years ago. It's full of indie animation. It's full of small business owners, like, individual people who try to run their own business. It's full of communists and leftists, full of cosplayers, full of like silly little recipes, full of cat videos. all this sort of stuff that stopped getting traction on YouTube when YouTube started doing the 10-minute format to, encourage people to stay on the platform longer so they could get more monetization and stuff. So TikTok's a good way, I think, to sort of see some of these more raw and less manufactured movements. So like you look at like conservatives on YouTube, and you're looking at Crowder, Daily Wire, I suppose Matt Walsh is part of Daily Wire, Fox News, Sky Australia. Like you're looking at quite big corporate pushes to the right. And here's where I think, can see some of the mechanisms that move people in those directions and stuff. Particularly when it comes to people picking, what they're passionate about when it comes to the culture war. And often that will become the wedge issue that will determine whether they move left or right in their political life as they get older. So let's have a look at some of these.
Stop telling strong women they have balls. You know what balls do? They shrivel up when it's cold like little bitches and make men cry when they get kicked. Strong women have ovaries. Ovaries are so tough, they kick us once a month just to show us what's what.
Girls say they want men to respect them, but then say crap like this and call it empowerment. Also, guys don't tell girls they have balls. Girls say that. Girls say things like suck my D and other words that guys use.
What?
So maybe you should tell your girls.
Wait.
Girls say they want men to respect them, but then say crap like this and call it empowerment. Also, guys don't tell girls they have balls. Girls say that. Girls say things like suck my D and other words that guys use. So maybe you should tell your girls to stop saying those things. Also, trying to make it seem as if all the things that men do, like lift things that are heavy, fight in wars, build cities, and literally...
This is actually worse than what I've seen in the past from this guy. Like, he's literally doing the men build things meme and women destroy men.
Create everything you use around you as a minuscule thing in comparison to a female with ovaries is really stupid, because we all know that's not a fact. But anything to boost the ego.
And he's got a fucking Patreon now. Holy shit.
Stop telling... Stop telling...
Oh, wait. I want Black Spider Guy clips. Why did you change from Black Spider?
Now you hear what I've been saying.
Copyright.
Guys, I have 9 sisters. Let me translate for you. When a woman says no, it actually means no. When you hear high standards, it actually means common human decency and basic hygiene. I know it's kind of hard.
Hey bro, are you done talking to the minority of men that are actually listening to you? I'm glad. You're ready? Here we go. Duh. Everybody knows no means no, though of course we know in certain contexts it could mean yes.
Okay, it's been a while since he's showed up on my For You page, and this feels like... I preface this by saying I'm a bit confused about this whole this level of creators, but no sometimes means yes is... Oh, bro.
Let's not fight over this. Let's look at 50 Shades of Grey and who bought that book, the majority again being women. Number 2, when girls say high standards, they're saying they want a guy that's at least 6 foot, makes a lot of money, is ripped. Don't know where you've been? Basic human hygiene? Yeah, we know this. Guys brush their teeth, take care of your hair, all that stuff. But the fact...
You know what? Like, no cap, but like I think there is a lazier culture around personal hygiene for men than there is for women. I think that's legitimate criticism.
The fact that you were kind of raised by a majority female environment means you're going to be more biased towards men and not be able to see into the BS because you are a part of it. But I understand folding your hands like Hannibal Lecter and saying, I know it's hard, guys. Bro, stop it. We know this. If men as a majority were to not understand what you're saying, there'd be a lot more people in jail.
What? Is that a threat? This is wild.
You gotta love thirst traps. Girls saying that they don't...
Yes, we love thirst traps. It is 80% of the reason I'm on TikTok.
Want to be seen as physical items, yet at the same time making themselves look like physical items. You know, I'll ask girls sometimes.
Not being able to distinguish between people wanting to be appealing and feel sexy versus objectified and, you know, being items or objects is kind of a self-report. Like the fact that like you think that the very idea that you desire someone makes them an object and doesn't, you know, allow them to also still be a person is pretty cringe, bro. I haven't seen or read any 50 Shades of Grey stuff. I'll admit there's probably a gendered bias where I'm like, oh, it's for women, so I never read it, and yeah. But at the same time, I'm never really interested in it. So what are you gonna do? Anyway, come on, continue, Spider-Man.
You
Lay it
want
on
a
me.
man to respect you and treat you equally, right? And they go, yeah!
They often also want a man to fuck them as well. Like, both things can be true.
But then why do you make videos online knowing that you're going to be treated in a particular way?
Because they want to be loved and they want to be fucked.
Just to get some validation that, you know, once you turn off the phone doesn't really matter or equate to anything in real life.
Hey, he's done a muscle pose at the end of one of these videos. So he's also done the thirst trapping.
And they'll tell me, it makes me feel good.
Fuck, I hate the fact that he's using the Spider-Man aesthetic. I really, really do.
So when we are looked at and walk around as strong, what we're putting out is, I do not need assistance.
Oh god, this is gonna fuck my For You page. I'm gonna get these on my For You page. I should do like I do on my YouTube and create another account to watch this shit.
You know, I don't need your help. So anytime a man says, oh, I love it, you're so strong, I said, no, I'm not strong. I'm resilient. I'm not independent. I'm interdependent. Period. Because nobody ever comes to the aid of...
Let's deviate off Spider Guy a bit. There was another creator I've got in my head, and I think if we go on the red pill fucking hashtag, we should find her. Because this is the other weird one, right? And it's probably weirder to me than this Spider Guy stuff. The women that are defending the men is kind of the weirder take. It's
in your mouth because
yeah, the Miles Morales aesthetic as well. I do know that 50 Shades of Grey has been in the sort of collective conscious enough that I do know that a lot of it was about her trusting an abusive guy enough to submit. Maybe abusive is the wrong word, but I'm pretty tarnished by what I've heard about it. So
they don't want
sorry. TikTok can get explicit. These Zoomers are pretty edgy, so yeah, content warning.
You to absorb their vibrational energy. So next time you're with a woman and she's not letting you fart in her mouth, she's trying to gaslight you from reaching your spiritual awakening. Women don't want to fart in your mouth because they don't want you to absorb their
Yeah, no, I don't really do much.
Thank you, Jesus.
Hey, it's Spider Guy again. Nice, bro.
Thank you, Lord. You got rid of another one. Thank you, Jesus.
You don't want to fuck him, so thankfully.
Thank you. Thank you, God.
I wish I could remember that chick's name that I want to find her.
Look at the freak weirdo without a father.
Stop telling strong women.
Spider Guy again. These again. Nah, not what the fuck? I don't think that's what the red pill tag's for. These are no good.
Okay, so I saw this video earlier and I wanted to double check it because I wanted to make sure the context was correct. The context was correct. It is accurate. And regardless of whatever side of the aisle you stand on, blue or red or purple or whatever.
Right, what are the tags? My fine ally moment. Biden fails. Conservative.
This isn't right. Check it out, please.
Because when I got back from the G7 and subsequently with a number of virtual meetings with my colleagues and heads of state
These are old. That's from like September. No. I don't want to get. No. Okay, this hashtag's a bust. Let's try men's rights. Yeah, like it's that's the thing, Linda, is that like the people you want to be around is not always the same as the people that you want to be intimate with. And like when I was a kid, especially, I was more comfortable hanging out with my female friends. Like even outside of the context of, hey, you're kind of cute. Like one of my closest friends, we don't talk heaps, but I mean, you know, a lot of my closest friends, we don't talk all the time either. But she was in my bridal party because she was that sort of closer friend. Like we sort of, you know, had a brother-sister sort of growing up experience. She's a hateful bigot, which kind of sucks, but hey, you know, we've got to keep those people close to a certain degree if we hope to change them. Or at least be a possible pathway for redemption. I'm so frustrated with... Why isn't it... It counts. That's not them. It's gonna drive me crazy. Stop the sexism against men. 20 following. Come on. Come on, TikTok. Don't do me dirty like this. Men's rights advocate. Man, TikTok just ain't as searchable as I'd like it to be. She would come up so often, I just assumed that if I searched for one of the hashtags, it would be pretty quick. Here she is.
Fake the video is. You know what's not fake? The men that get abused every single fucking day and can't come forward.
All right, so one thing I've figured out is that when people are doing a reply, the reply on desktop version, you can't click through to see the original video, so sometimes those are tough to get context on. Oh wait, copyright. Shit, I need to be more aware of that. And so this is the thing, like a lot of it's mixed in with genuinely, you know, relevant issues like the downplaying of sexual violence against men. Like that's 100% down on that. Let's, you know, make sure that it's taken seriously because it can be considered a joke. Like you always think of that South Park episode where, is it Carl's brother Ike or something? And like, I'm not big on South Park these days, but Ike, is it Ike? Anyway, like a female teacher sleeps with a student and like the response of everyone is nice because she's the hot teacher. And so like it's sort of making fun of the idea that it's okay, or it's not okay, but it's not considered like abuse when it happens to a man because a man must have wanted it or something. It's, you know, 100% needs to be dealt with seriously.
That you're a pedo.
You're literally going to stoop that low to start a rumor that I'm a pedo? That's not even something you joke about.
Yeah. Well, you broke my heart, so now I'm going to ruin your career.
Okay, first of all, I don't even know, like, I'm not scared because I know that's not gonna work. Like, how would you...
How would it not work? How would it not work?
Well, first of all, I'm recording this, so I'm just gonna post it, so everyone knows that you're lying.
Dude. It's just gonna flop like all your other posts. It's gonna get 2 views, and then you're gonna get embarrassed, and you're gonna delete it, so no one will see it. I'm not scared.
Okay, first of all, this is not gonna flop.
Yes, it will.
No, it
and
won't.
You know what? I bet if I try hard enough and spread this rumor, I could get someone like Charlie or Addison. But what if I...
See, and this is where it gets tricky, is that, like, you know, there's... Or maybe it's all good. I don't know. We'll see.
Does anybody else...
Usually it's when she's responding to a woman who is, airing some grievance that they have. And not like a specific grievance, like a couple breaking up like that, but it'll be like some issue of like critique on, some patriarchal norm. But anyway.
Have to sit in their car for a little while before going into a store, because I fucking do. Today is the first day that I've been out of the house in 2 weeks now. My schizoaffective symptoms have had me isolated to my bedroom. And it's hard. It was hard making myself get out of the house today, but I needed groceries. So now I'm just sitting in my car in the Walmart parking lot waiting until my anxiety calms down enough to go inside. I'm sure you've all noticed that I've
Wait,
taken...
this is a different creator to who I thought. I thought I found them. Did I somehow cruise onto a different video because I wasn't paying enough attention?
I don't really give a shit how fake the video is. You know it's not.
Oh, okay, so... Right. There we go. It was a duet with the creator I thought it was. My bad. Why isn't it coming up? Wait, is her account? Let's just search by account. No, she's... Wait, did she get deleted? Her account's not there. It's just duets that are left. That might explain why I haven't seen it pop up for a little while. I keep clicking on the same one thinking is it. Kind of crazy.
Well, alright then.
Ah, well. That's a shame. Shit, it's midnight. That's probably a good point to...
What the fuck is going on with the toxic ass creators on this app lately? Like, I'm really wanting to know. You know, we've got Digital Casey Anthony doing her thing, Tyler doing all their thing, which is all I've talked about all week. All the crap going on with the trap dude that nobody cares about because he's irrelevant as shit. And now this crazy ass is back. Why? Does everyone just have a really short fucking memory or something? Like, these people...
Oh, that account's gone too. Lol, she must keep getting banned. That's funny. Oh, I guess my consternation and my indecisiveness on how bad they were was unwarranted. I should have just known they were bad from the get-go. Oh, I accidentally stopped my music. All right, anyway, I have to go because it is midnight and I've got to work again tomorrow. I'm grateful that I get to work from home because I can wake up at like 8 o'clock and be in front of my desk at 8:30 for work. But appreciate you guys hanging out. It's been fun. Good luck on your flight, Linda. Hopefully it's relaxing. I got no advice for dealing with nerves on a flight, unfortunately. Xanax is probably the most effective thing I could think of. And I would consider, if I were you, to get... maybe this would ruin the holiday, though. Sometimes when I've got a day flight or an overnight flight, I will try and stay up as long as possible, so I'll just sleep through a lot of it. But, yeah, who knows. And also, thanks for hanging out as well, Ring. Much appreciated. I feel bad that I can't check yours out as much, because yours tend to be, like, while I'm asleep, so we will do our best, though. Anyway, I hope you all have a good rest of the day. And I'm going to go watch some anime and then probably end up falling asleep at like 2 o'clock in the morning because I have a toxic relationship with my sleep cycle. Yeah. Not my music, just to be clear, but it is, yeah, out there, so hopefully you enjoy it. But peace out.